Okay, welcome everyone tonight. We'll go ahead and call our Berlin Charter Revision public hearing to order. And if we could just stand for the Pledge of Allegiance, please.
Very distressing. Thanks to all. I really appreciate it. Wednesday, Temper. Thanks so much for watching. Wolf Lister picks up our coverage with the Situation Room in Jerusalem for President Biden's visit to the Middle East.
All right. Thank you, everyone, for coming tonight. Appreciate you being here. So the purpose of our public hearing, as you know, we need to read it into the records. The public hearing of the Charter Revision Commission will be held on July 12th, 2022 in the town of Berlin, Town Council Chambers, Berlin Town Hall, 240 Kensington Road, Berlin, Connecticut at 6 p.m. for the purpose of receiving both written and oral comments concerning the proposed revisions of the Berlin Charter. So we have some time now set aside for public comments. So I don't know if we have a sign-up sheet. All right, we'll start with thank you, Kate. We'll start with the sign-up sheet and we'll go from there. If you would please, we got, several people here and I'm sure there may be some other people online or other people that aren't on the list that want to speak. So if you could limit your comments to around 3 minutes, I would appreciate that so we could make sure everybody has a chance to speak. So we'll start with, and please come to the podium. Obviously, we have to record it and identify the speakers for the records for the purpose of FOI and state statute. So not to embarrass anyone, make you come up. That's just how it needs to be. So we'll start with Cindy Pavano, our first speaker.
My name is Cindy Pavano. I live at 57 Meeting House Road. I read in the newspaper that one of the things you had on the agenda was adjusting the VNA services in Berlin. I graduated from Harvard Hospital School of Nursing 65 years ago. And then I started teaching the first nursing assistant program in New Britain Senior High School in 1968. I have personally used the VNA when my husband was very ill. The nurse, the physical therapist, occupational therapist, nursing assistants were absolutely outstanding. I know a person today who is using the VNA services and all their staff. Again, they are outstanding. You must learn that healthcare services are not that way, knowing people on their plan. They're shorter staff. You're lucky if you can get a physical therapist. And maybe you'll get a visit from a nurse the first week you go home, no matter how sick you are. Most people don't even know that the VNA is here.
Just turn it up.
I'm just going to turn.
Ever try to adjust it makes me sick.
Thank you, honey.
All play a part and learn sooner or later about these services when your own family needs home health care. Do not end any of this VNA service and leave it like it is.
Thank you. Next person on the list, Gary McPhee.
See somebody old as me. I know.
Hi, my name's Gary McPhee. Before I make any comments, I do have to tell you up front, but I am a 9-year member of the Board of Education in the past, but I do not live in town at the present moment. Can I speak?
Sure, of course.
Okay, thank you. I was a 9-year member of the Board of Ed. I was a chairman for 3 years. I never knew the politics of anybody on our board. Stuff that got done behind the scenes a lot of time, as I'm sure you know, and it worked. It worked well. You will hear tonight from people who want to know about the politics of X, Y, and Z to try to change curriculum for whatever purpose they might. I don't believe that's even an issue. They want to make it an issue so that they can go on the other side of it. And then you'll end up like Florida, where you can't even say the word gay in a classroom. But I have to wonder why you're trying to fix something that works. The only logical reason I can see is that somebody wants to control the Board of Ed for their own political purposes instead of the purposes of the children. Okay, and many times I would think that the political parties give somebody their vote to be a candidate as a stepping stone to other political aspirations instead of really wanting to be on the Board of Ed for the right reason. I often said, people would really get upset with us if we cut the sports budget, that. And right after you get sworn in, you get sworn at. So there's no joy a lot of times. You do it out of devotion and trying to do the right thing. So I just implore you, try not to fix something that's not broken. And I'm sure you're aware of it, but state law says if you do this, you cannot go back. You can't do a redo and you can't go, whoops, we shoulda. So I leave that to your own purposes, and I wish you well with this issue. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Jan Zagorski is next on the list.
I usually take notes, but Jan Zagorski, 63 Grandview Avenue. Before I start talking about the Board of Ed, I just want to make one comment, and I don't think it's a charter issue, but I sat in on many of the Parks and Rec discussions about the senior center pool situation. And I read in the Citizen that interest is combining with the Y. My concern about that is every time a question was asked of Mr. Benigni of the Y, what they do for seniors, and if they provide lunches, it was always the city of Meriden does this, we do this, we support. I'm concerned that the seniors aren't going to get what they even currently have, let alone a combination. And I'm the diving coach and I want a diving board, and I don't know if the Y will put a diving board in, I'm just saying. Okay, second thing, quick up is, I don't know if anyone attended the rally last Sunday. I think whether or not you agree with the row thing and whatever, those two young ladies, Lila Bennett and Lindsay Leary, did a phenomenal job putting things together. I am so proud and hopeful of our future, having current graduates of Berlin High take the time and energy for something they're passionate about. Okay, now the real reason why I'm here. I read the charter, the potential charter revisions, which was so enjoyable, no offense. I had to read it out loud, so I totally understood it. To myself, to my cats, they didn't argue with me. And it looked like if it passes, over the next 3 years, you're going to reduce the number of years to serve from 3 to 2 to 1. So that in 2025, you're going to put 9 people in. Is that correct?
I'm not
believe.
sure. No, I don't think we're changing, right? We're not changing. any
No,
of
once the 9 are in, there's going to be, that's what it looked like to me. If that is the
that.
case,
I don't believe that's the case.
that's ridiculous to put 9 people in at a new time. That first year, absolutely nothing will get done. The way it's done now, with it being 3 years, 3 years, 3 years, there's mentorship, there's a learning curve, there are people working together. I've been attending Board of Ed meetings for the past 18 years, ever since I requested, shocker, a boys swim team.
Yeah.
And once it was approved and my son didn't have to swim on a team of 1 at Platt, I felt that it wasn't right to only show up at meetings when I wanted something. So I've been the audience of 1 a lot of times. Now I've been on Zoom a little bit more because of coaching. But I agree with what Gary said. It seems to be working. I'm also hopeful that at some point when I retire, and I'm allowed to, I want to run for the Board of Ed. But I do not have a party affiliation, and I will not have a party affiliation, because I believe when you vote for someone, you need to learn about each person, and you should vote based on the qualities that each person has. I don't believe in voting party line. That's just the way I am. And I think that's important, because I don't want someone who I vote for who doesn't have a lot of the same beliefs. I'd rather not vote for a position if I don't feel comfortable with both. Okay, oops, talking points. And I also believe that if someone takes the time to take out a petition and stand in front of Stop and Shop or go to the schools and talk to the PTOs, they're more invested in working with kids. I believe that the Board of Ed should be about the kids, not about the party. I'm about the kids. I tell the kids all the time, I don't teach physical education and health. I teach children. If a child thinks you believe in them, they're going to learn, they're going to follow. And that goes for me. If I think the people on the board are invested in the board, I'm going to be more apt to support them than if I think they're just talking for a party. My opinion, which I know everybody loves. Let's see.
Time is,
I know, I'm almost.
I know. It's okay. Go ahead, finish.
I don't care if, I don't know if you care. I've been a teacher for 33 years, but whatever.
We care. We want to hear that. That's
Well,
good.
38 years, but only 33 public, so I can't retire yet. Okay, my final statement is, our children need people who will make educational decisions that are best for them, not what is best for the Republican or the Democratic Party. Bottom line.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you, Jan. Appreciate it. If I could just ask you, so this is really, this is a hearing about the charter review. So, and that's fine. You had some other points. We do have, so when our public meeting starts, we'll have an audience of citizens for the senior centers on it. And there's some other, if there's any other issues beside this, that would be the time for that, just so we get through everybody in this meeting. So Angie Swanger? Did I kill your name? Well, the name Mike Kaczynski, I mean, I'm just, I get killed too. I'm sorry. There you go. Sorry about that.
Hi, I'm Angie Swanger. I live at 171 Stockings Brook Road. I'm here tonight to express my opinion on the potential charter revision affecting the selection of school board candidates. I see no reason for it to become necessary for candidates to be selected from political parties. Why add one more layer to the process? Please remove this from the list of revisions that have been suggested. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next, we have Julia Dennis.
Hello, everyone.
Hey,
My name is Julia Dennis. I live at 115 Norton Road. I know a lot of you here have already heard my take on this, but I think it's worth being here this evening and stating on the record again. So I have a few points that I want to bring up in regards to the Board of Education and the proposed changes. So I attend at least 2 Board of Ed conferences a year within the state of Connecticut, one in the summer, one in November. And every year it seems to come up, not necessarily at both, but at least at one. How can we recruit stronger board members? What can we do to have a stronger Board of Education and highly qualified candidates? And it always comes up that since the towns are political and they cannot go back, they can't change, which if this goes through and we change our board, we can't go back. And this is a problem that is being faced throughout our state. And it's something that comes up. And when people find out I'm from Berlin, they're like, oh my God, we're so jealous of Berlin. You guys have the nonpartisan board. So, I do want to say that because I share that they have their parties put for the least qualified candidates typically. A solution to the problem about people not knowing who the candidates are would be the town posting on the town website about the candidates. That solves the problem. I will say that I have learned in my time on the board, parents come out when they feel the schools are threatened. They did in 2016. They also did last election when, there was a whole group of people running together and they ended up with the lowest amount of votes. and they worked the hardest and spent the most money. I commend them for the work that was put in, because I did not put that much work in and I did not put that much money in. And the parents will come out and you're gonna lose other proposals that you're putting forth. So that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Julie. Rich, Royan?
Mayor, if I may.
Yes, yes.
You're going to go through the list of people who have signed up, and then you're going to go over to the people who are on the Zoom meeting.
Yes,
correct?
yes.
A couple people have their hands up. I
Yes.
just want to make sure
Yeah.
they know that they'll be represented.
Yeah, we'll go there next after the
I
list.
have another list.
Okay, maybe we'll go this list, maybe we'll go online, then we'll go back to this.
Okay.
How about that?
Whatever you
Yeah,
want to do.
all right.
Okay.
Sorry, Rich, go
All
ahead.
right, I'm Richard Royan, 65 Percival Avenue. I want to thank you for giving us this opportunity to express my concerns or our concerns about the Board of Education charter revision. Just a little background, a little context for me. I was a former board member. I see some of my board people here with me again, several here today. I was a board president before Julia. I am a 37-year educator. My goal when I first got involved in all of this about 5 years ago when I decided to run was because I had always been a dream as a social studies teacher for 30 years in the classroom. I wanted to serve my community. I did not want to go through the extra layer, as I think Angie was saying, the extra layer of a detriment to go forward. One more hurdle to conquer before you're able to move forward to serve. I really just wanted to serve the community. And while I didn't really want to go out and get 140 signatures, standing in front of Stop and Shop, as we were talking about before, I did it. And I do think that it made more of a commitment inside of me than somebody who's just nominated by a committee who doesn't have any background in education, who just wants to serve or wants to serve as a leapfrog towards something else. I truly believe that if you remove the nonpartisan tag, it would have kept me and people like me from serving my community. And I think that would be a shame. That can't be what our goal is. There are three particular problems I have with the charter revision as it currently exists, some of which have been mentioned. One is that it limits the participation of our town in our town government by those people who are approved by a town committee. The second one is something that really hasn't been mentioned yet. It's a 4-year term that you're putting in, and it's in 2027 that everybody's going to be elected to a 4-year term by that point. I actually have no problem with a 4-year term. I think educational law, educational budgeting, special education law is incredibly complex and detailed. And I think it takes a lot of people a little bit of time to be able to understand exactly what they're talking about when they represent the school system and the kids. So I don't have any problem with a 4-year term. It's the idea that everybody's getting elected at once that I think is very short-sighted. You're potentially bringing 6 to 9 new people in all at one time, having to step in and run committees, not just serve and listen a little bit, but run and oversee committees. I think that's a foolish decision and very short-sighted. And I don't think it's a guide toward effective leadership. I also think that the potential for a supermajority, which is the next piece of this, and that is that it can be a 6-3 vote, that one party can control as many as 6 seats, which means 1 or 2 absent people and you still have the majority in there. When you take those 3 things into account, and you also combine it with what the current Board of Education functioning is, the charter is, the chair, which is currently the president of the Board of Ed, will be chosen essentially by the town committees, because there would be somebody that would come in that the town committee would have said, you're kind of in charge of this, or we want you to be our voice there, since they owe their allegiance to the town committee. They control the meeting agendas. They control the votes, when the votes will take place, if the votes will take place, how the votes will take place. They control committee responsibilities, who oversees committees and who is on the committees. And some of the committees, finance committee, for example, if you had 3 of one particular party on the finance committee, that's an overload of one voice, and the other voice doesn't get heard at all. They also oversee the oversight of the superintendent. I think the only natural conclusion that I can draw from these is that this is about control, as one of the people said earlier, that the current system doesn't work, in your opinion, because the 2 parties don't control, or the parties don't control the people that are on the board. The board isn't broken. It's just that you're not in control of who's on the board. I think that the change that you want to propose only results in further consolidation of power into fewer and fewer hands. And I think that is a crucial misunderstanding of the purpose of government. You know, Lincoln back in the Gettysburg Address said, a government of the people, by the people, and for the people. And I feel like this is a step backwards from that concept. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Tim Oakes, Tim? There you are. There you. You made it. You made it.
I have to call on the police commission in case any tickets or
Yeah.
traffic cameras get cited. We'll see. My name's Tim Oakes. I live at 631 Spruce Brook Road in Berlin. I've got to get downstairs to room 120 for the 6:30 Conservation Commission and then back up here, talk about this drawing over here, but thankfully we get to talk here now. As you all know, I am a member of the Berlin Board of Education. I'm in my 11th year. I've spoken at length in the recent and distant past as it relates to why partisanship and the Berlin Board of Education is a bad idea. I'm not here to talk about that tonight, however, and I apologize. I wrote this an hour ago, so I might be looking down and stumbling a little bit, but I'm going to try and do my best. I want to start off by quoting two things. First off, Connecticut General Statutes, Chapter 99, Section 7-190 states in part, quote, "The appointing authority shall by resolution appoint a commission consisting of not fewer than 5 nor more than 15 electors, not more than 1/3 of whom may hold any other public office in the municipality, and not more than a bare majority of whom shall be members of any one political party," quote. Further, Section 441 concerning the Board of Finance in the Berlin Town Charter, as I'm sure many of you know, states in part, shall, while members of said board, hold no other elective or appointive office, quote. The Town Council conducted a meeting on May 12th and appointed Sal Bortonero, June Daly, Jeff Veach, Joe Arasimowitz, and Julie Erickson to the 2022 Charter Revision Commission. And I'm certainly rehashing a lot of things that you guys might have been here for, but maybe people who weren't, or people in the town who have not been aware of this. Based on the aforementioned sections, the Connecticut General and Town Charter, Sal Bortonero, who was and still is a member of the Board of Finance in the town of Berlin, was improperly appointed to the 2022 Charter Revision Commission. The 2022 Charter Revision Commission conducted a meeting chaired by Mr. Bortonero on May 18th. Excluding Mr. Bortonero as improper, there were technically only 4 members of the 2022 Charter Revision Commission. And by definition, the May 18th meeting should not have been recognized as a meeting since the general statutes requires not fewer than 5. On May 31st, the commission again conducted a special meeting and public hearing. This meeting was again chaired by Mr. Bortonero, who was and is still a member of the Board of Finance. Also present at this meeting were Mr. Arasimowitz, Ms. Daly, Ms. Erickson, and Mr. Veach. Again, 5 members, but 1 improper, so we net 4. Again, not fewer than 5 is a problem, so again, the meeting and public hearing should not be recognized as a meeting, in my opinion. On June 2nd, the commission conducted another meeting, again chaired by Mr. Bortonero. Also in attendance were the other 4 members, Arasimowitz, Daly, Erickson, and Veach. In this meeting, Mr. Bortonero announced publicly that he is not eligible to be on the Charter Revision Commission. As a Board of Finance member, he cannot hold another elective or appointive office, but will chair this meeting and the next meeting on Monday, June 6th. A new chairperson will be designated by the June 7th Town Council meeting. Once again, with an improperly appointed member, the Charter Revision Commission conducted a meeting with only 4 members. In my opinion, the June 2nd meeting should also not be recognized as a meeting. On June 6th, the Charter Revision Commission conducted a meeting, again chaired by Mr. Bortonero. Also in attendance were Mr. Arasimowitz, Ms. Daly, Ms. Erickson, and Mr. Veach. During this meeting, many things were discussed. Of the charter, sections 2-8, 3-8, 4-2, 4-4-1, 5-1, 5-3, 5-5, 6-9, 6-11-2, 4-6, 7-9, 7-1, 7-6, 7-11, 7-15, and 8-17 were discussed. Based on a red line draft version dated June 3rd, 2022, which included edits from town staff and the commission. You've heard this before. With an improperly appointed member, the Charter Revision Commission conducted a meeting with only 4 members. But let's take that a step further. I would argue that that meeting and the associated edits would be constituted as substantive work. And again, per Connecticut General Statutes, Chapter 99, Section 7-191, states that a public hearing shall be held prior to the beginning of any substantive work. Given that the May 31st meeting was improperly held, one could argue that the 2022 commission is in violation of the statute by performing substantive work before holding a public hearing. 2 additional meetings were held on the 8th and 13th of June, where Charles Payanessa was the chair, replacing Mr. Bortonero. These meetings should be recognized as proper. The public hearing was conducted on June 14th by the Charter Revision Commission, properly its first public hearing. Another meeting was held on June 15th, where the 2022 Charter Revision Commission voted to move the report forward to the town council. Based on Connecticut general statutes, this should have gone to the clerk for presentation to the council. I'm going to assume that this was done properly. Section 7-191 of the general statutes then goes on to describe the appointing authority's responsibility. The town council being the appointing authority, their responsibility is to hold at least one public hearing, which brings us to tonight. However, one could argue that the process has not been properly followed previous to tonight. So again, we are in a position where the appointing authority is conducting a meeting improperly, as the public has not had the appropriate opportunity to participate in the charter revision process. So I ask the town council to strongly review and consider this timeline, as it would seem that this process and timeline would be very, very challengeable in a court of law. I am not an attorney. This could cost the town and taxpayers a lot of money and time, and ultimately could result in a reversal of whatever changes might have been proposed in past. Thank you for your time and also for your service to the town.
Thank you, Tim. Thank you. Gail Lemieux.
Good evening. I'm Gail Lemire, 102 Wildermere Road. And I'd like to comment on 3 of the proposal or the changes for the town charter. Regarding the proposal to on the Board of Education, when I moved to town just over 20 years ago, I was invited to run for the Board of Education, and I was very humbled to do so. I didn't win, but one of the things that I was moved by and motivated me was the fact that it was a nonpartisan board. I thought that the individuals seeking this position were, as has already been stated, truly interested in the interests of the children. And some people were even surprised I was interested in this because I don't happen to have any children. But that's not the point. The point is I'm interested in good education for the children of our community, which Berlin is very well known for and we're very proud of. So I think with the stress that partisan can bring to the table, this is one area that I hope remains a focus, that quality education is our focus. And there was a comment made that people don't know how to vote for candidates for the Board of Ed. And I think that comment insults the public. If an individual wants to vote based on a party affiliation, I believe their party affiliation is public information. Although assuming that one's party affiliation determines one's stance on a particular incident, a particular issue is somewhat naive in my opinion. I agree with the comments that have been made. If it's not broken, there's no need to fix it. So, and as already been said, if we move forward with that, we can't go back. My second topic is that regarding early in my career, I had the privilege of starting up one of the home care agencies here in the state of Connecticut, a home care agency that's very large and successful. I was a social worker at the time doing home care visits. And I do believe that home care is a vital part of our continuum of care for all residents. I've also personally utilized many different home care services for family members over the years. And unfortunately, while I do believe that Berlin VNA serves a vital role, I also know that it's fiscally in a very difficult situation, losing $800,000 or so per year over several years. And I'm very concerned about how an agency can survive without that fiscal viability. And it's my understanding that our VNA also serves New Britain, Cromwell, and Southington. And I don't know if those agencies, those towns are contributing to the VNA, or that burden is strictly on the taxpayers of this town. So I support the change in the charter that will give the town manager and the council the opportunity to create a creative solution to ensure that residents have the important quality home care services in a fiscally responsible manner. And then my last comment has to do with the requirement for the town manager to live in town. I believe we need to select the best candidate for the position regardless of where they live. And I actually think a little boundary between work and personal life is a good thing. So thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next up is Pamela Dennis.
I'm
Hello.
Pamela Dennis. I live at 201 Main Street, Kensington, Connecticut. I'm going to be short and brief. I am a resident, obviously, of the community of many years. I have had students that attend the Berlin District who are very responsible adults who are now, their families are starting to attend our schools in the community. Nonpartisan has worked well through the years. I've seen the school grow. I'm almost at year 48 at Berlin High School teaching, and I've seen us go from the old building into where we're at, which is a big change in curriculum and our students and all the things that make this town so great. So my concern is keeping the politics out of school so we can delve into what's important for our students to grow. And as the community grows, that we stay current with every tool that we could give our students so that they could become responsible adults in their future. Thank you.
Thank you. Aaliyah Anderson.
Good evening. My name is Aaliyah Anderson. I am not a Berlin resident. I was once in the past, but I am actually the Berlin VNA administrator. And I am here today to speak on behalf of the staff of the Berlin VNA and all of the concerned patients and citizens who we've had the pleasure of speaking with over the last few weeks. There certainly have been some valid reasons brought up for why the Berlin VNA should be changed or even closed, and I understand the concerns that have been raised. The current VNA deficit and the financial losses sustained over the past years, combined with the increased cost of living from the current economic inflation, is stressful for all citizens. We are all being pushed financially in this difficult economic times, and I can absolutely relate to that, and I think we all can. That being said, I do want to address some of the points made by those opposing keeping the VNA intact as it is as part of the town charter. First is that I have heard that home care services can be provided by other local agencies, and there's no need for the town to provide the VNA services. So to speak to that, there are other agencies who provide various types of home care in town. However, those agencies here in town do not provide the medical services that we provide. The other agencies in town offer services such as private aides and homemakers through private pay. There are no other home care providers in town providing the same services that we provide. There is a different patient experience that comes along with us at the Berlin VNA versus the large corporate home care agencies. They simply cannot replicate the continuity, trusting patient relationships, and oversight that we can provide here. They also have higher productivity rates, which means the healthcare providers for larger companies have less time for each patient as they have more patients to see, and rushing or feeling pressed for time in healthcare is never a good thing. We make choices based on our patient's best interest, not for the financial gain that we will make off of caring for them. The other agencies do not take certain types of patients that we see. For example, there are patients who need daily wound care. The larger agencies will not provide those needed daily visits, and they will instead delegate that task to either the patient, who may feebly be able to do their own care, or a caregiver, but this leaves the patient at a higher risk for infections and complications. Skilled care should never be delegated. There are also patients under state programs for routine status checks and management of their chronic illnesses. The larger agencies do not typically take those patients, as the reimbursement amount is not worth their time. So we see these patients and happily provide them with the care that they need, even though we will not profit for doing so and may actually lose some money on the cost of supplies or wound cares, because we do not discriminate against patients based on their profit margins. The second part is the cost of running the VNA is too costly, and removing it or downsizing will have a beneficial impact on the citizens. The truth is that our current deficit is $762,000 for this year. This is a large figure. I understand that. But let's break that down a bit to see the true impact on the citizens, because that is what we are talking about. So $762,000 divided by the 7,500 resident taxed resident households and the 1,342 business taxpayers, which is a total of 8,842 taxpayers. And this doesn't capture people who rent here and also pay taxes on cars and things. So this is not a total number, but it gives us a vague understanding that the annual cost per taxpayer household is $86. So for $7 a month, you're contributing to the health of your community. The Berlin VNA is not the only department in town who operates with expenses beyond their revenue. In fact, there are other on the same page, including the senior center, community center, library, board of education, and the police department. So my question is, why is it that the VNA is being scrutinized, and why are we seen as a burden to the town and these other departments are not? I do not know the deficits the other departments carry and how it compares to ours, but I do know that we provide a life-saving and life-preserving service. What we do is important. We provide skilled care, support, and encouragement to our most vulnerable populations in their greatest time of need. And I think if the VNA is going to be scrutinized for the deficit, I think the other departments should be assessed as well. So also, we are not the only agency providing home care that's operating under a deficit. With the recent Medicare payment changes, many other home care providers are in the same boat. However, through education and adaptation that we've already been working on, there is a great potential for this agency to grow and become financially stable and even possibly become a revenue generating department of the town as it used to be. I've also been told that the budget of the VNA will not go back to the citizens, it will be repurposed. So what is the actual financial benefit for the citizens? Two other points I think are important to mention are the Berlin school nurses are also under the department of the VNA. So if changes occur, they too will be impacted. With times of change and uncertainty, there's always a high risk of staff loss, which will be unfortunate as the nurses in our district have worked very hard to make deep-rooted, meaningful, trusting relationships with the school staff and students, and it would be a great loss to the school communities if anything changes with their health staff. I also worry about the loss of choice. This is my greatest concern. During times where financial gain seems to be of utmost priority, what happens with the patient experience and level of care that you will receive when your choice for healthcare providers continues to dwindle? With the loss of choice, there will always be a potential for a decrease in quality. This should be concerning to everyone who currently or ever will need healthcare. Healthcare monopolies are not a good thing, and we should truly consider that. I would really hope that everybody weighs the risk versus benefit of changing or closing the VNA, and being removed from the charter leaves the VNA vulnerable for losing what we have. And I believe the necessary changes that need to occur to make us financially stable can be made while we remain under the charter. I thank you for listening, and I hope that you carefully consider the issues that I have raised.
Thank you. We'll go ahead to online, whoever's
So it looks like
been waiting.
Barlow.
Chris, oh, there he is. There we
Yep,
go.
here I am. Good
Chris.
evening, everyone. I wanted to speak out in regards to the partisan Board of Ed. As a Black family who moved to Berlin 3 years ago, we were fully aware that we were moving to a predominantly white town. Part of why we moved to Berlin was because of the school system, especially since we have a son who has special needs. Faculty and school administrators at McGee have been nothing but helpful and welcoming, and we've not witnessed or been made aware of any negative actions or climate as it relates to our son. That being said, we did start to notice a number of negative incidents and intolerant racial symbols connected to the school system, like the October morning in 2020 when we first saw a blackface gollywog doll created by Berlin Upbeat, predominantly displayed in front of Walgreens. We sent an email to the superintendent and the director of Upbeat, and while Mr. Benigni had the display removed immediately and invited us to join a newly formed Social Justice and Equity Committee, that optimism didn't last because the committee was unilaterally dismantled on a partisan basis. Let's face facts. Berlin is a predominantly conservative town, and making the board partisan will make it more so. While I understand that some parents may not agree that Berlin should even have a social justice and equity committee, by dismantling it, the town is effectively censoring and silencing voices and perspectives, and effectively means that only certain viewpoints are considered valid and only one narrative is considered American. I recently sat in and observed the working session of the board that is seeking to reconstitute the committee, but in a watered down form. The consensus was that the Berlin school system should strive for a safe environment for all students, one where sameness is emphasized and bullying is minimized. But how is that possible if the diverse backgrounds, identities, and lived heritage of all students is not understood by faculty, students, and administrators? This was a concern that there was a concern to descriptive terms like racism, segregation, slavery, lesbian, gay, and transsexual, all scary buzzwords that need to be avoided. But how can students and parents learn to be tolerant if they're never educated on these very concepts? A partisan Board of Ed will surely stamp out discussion and, God forbid, curriculum about such concepts. That's censorship. Again, it means that certain perspectives are not considered valid and not considered American. The growing viewpoint among conservatives is that students shouldn't be made to feel bad about their background, skin color, or sexual orientation, and that's an admirable goal, but from whose perspective? I feel bad that an actual high school club felt it was okay to display a gollywog in front of Walgreens. What are Berlin educators teaching our children, and where they're showcasing a known racist symbol, an effigy of a black face in front of a store where black people are known to shop? And it seems very partisan and sends a message that black visitors and tax-paying black home and business owners are not welcome. On July 4th, as many of you may know, many streets in town were littered with an alarming white nationalist propaganda. How could a partisan board seek to address it? Would they be even consider listening to non-white perspectives? What disappoints me most is that this posture and climate goes against Berlin's own history. The Berlin Historical Society's prized exhibit is the Wide Awake's lantern from 1860 that was a symbol of the abolitionist movement and efforts to end slavery by electing Abraham Lincoln. Back then, townspeople like Milo Hotchkiss used their homes to shelter enslaved people on their road to freedom. In fact, Mayor Kaczynski, and again, thank you for that, for your visit to our Juneteenth celebration, signed a proclamation honoring the home and dedicated it at Berlin's inaugural Juneteenth celebration at the Berlin Peck Library. A nonpartisan board preserves Berlin's heritage and allows for all perspectives to be honored and celebrated. There's a rich history in our town that welcomes people of all backgrounds, and our Board of Education should follow these footsteps and not be allowed to stamp it out based upon partisan ploy. Thank you.
Thank you, Chris. So there's someone else online. Okay.
Is there anyone else online that would like to speak at this time? Okay, we're going to go back to the list that we have.
Thank you, Kate.
We need a taller town clerk.
Good thing I have long arms. Carrie Sassu.
Carrie Sasu, 69 Walden Court. I'm here to speak about the proposed changes to the charter as they relate to the Board of Education. I am an educational psychologist and a professor in a college of education wherein I train future school-based practitioners. I've worked in public schools, and I'm a mom of 3 children, one of whom has special needs. So I'd like to think that I look at education through a dimensional lens, and I'd also like to believe that I've brought something or contributed something to our Board of Ed in my 7 years of service on such. But I would not have even run for the Board of Education if I had to seek the endorsement of a political party. It's just not who I am. It's not part of being an educator and a psychologist. And if I had to seek that endorsement, I never would have served. I strongly believe, as others have said here today, that decisions that we make as members of the Board of Ed should be made independent of political influence and instead based on the best interest of our children. This is far easier to accomplish when one doesn't feel obligated to serve a party, and instead can work together in a collaborative and collegial manner to improve and advance our educational system. My final point really is one that just sort of echoes what was said earlier. When speaking with others, friends and colleagues who serve on boards of education elsewhere in our state, the fact that our board is nonpartisan is often met with envy by them. So I would like to really encourage us to not lose this. In fact, I think it should be something that we hold as a point of pride and a uniqueness in our community. So thank you.
Thank you. Up next, Peter Zaragoza.
Peter Zaragoza, 158 Elwood Road. I just want to second the comments regarding the BOE made by Rich Sharonian. There's nothing I can say that summate my concerns better than that. And as far as the VNA, I support the VNA, especially if it's only going to cost me as a taxpayer $83 a year. And Aaliyah's comments regarding the VNA are all accurate, and I support it fully. I do have a question regarding the text in the charter for Mr. D'Onofrio in regards to how minority parties candidates are seated. So if I'm correct, it says that whoever wins, they get the bulk of the seats, and then the remaining seats go to the other political party. Now, I know logically that if there were 3 parties running, it would still be based off the candidates with the highest vote. So if party A was the majority and they won, and then there's party B and party C, who is going to be put in those losing seats, so to speak?
Are you talking about the Board of Ed?
Yes, the Board of Ed.
The minority representation provision of the Board of Ed.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Okay, yeah.
The minority representation provision in the charter for the Board of Ed tracks the state statute. So for a 9-member board, no more than 6 members of one party can occupy those seats. That doesn't mean there has to be 6 members from one party. So the top 9 vote getters are going to occupy those seats, but not more than 6 can be from the same political party.
Okay, so of the remaining minority party seats, whoever has the highest votes out of those minority losing candidates will be seated.
That's right.
Okay, perfect. I just wanted to clarify. Thank you. Secondly, in regards to reopening the charter for the BOE, you know, as I've said before, this has been addressed back in 2016. The town voted it down. I see it as disrespectful to the constituents of the town to then reopen it because some group within the town didn't agree with the will of the people. So now we're going to open the charter again and try to make it happen again and cause a big ruckus. It's just disrespectful to the electorate to just open it so soon after it was already decided. So my concern is, if this charter goes forward and again the BOE is the people speak and say we want a nonpartisan BOE, then are we just going to open the charter every year and just continue to attempt this until the people in power get the result we want? It just I don't know, it just seems kind of ridiculous. And furthermore, many states have nonpartisan BOEs. It's about 80 to 85%. Connecticut is kind of unusual and an anomaly that we mandate that we have a partisan BOE. And Berlin was grandfathered into that, which is nice. It's kind of a facet of home rule and something we should kind of preserve and defend. I'm kind of shocked that with a conservative majority that, you know, we're going to essentially capitulate to a state mandate and say, you know what, we want a partisan board and we want to go along with state mandates. I just find that surprising. I fully support a nonpartisan BOE for these reasons and for all the reasons that have been brought up earlier. Thank you.
Thank you. Aurora, is it Corderville? Do I have that right? Sorry. That's all right. My handwriting is bad. Yours is much better than mine. So
Oh, no, my handwriting is
No, it's good. I can read it. Thank you.
I didn't even write that. I think Peter did.
Oh,
But,
somebody did a good job, right?
yeah, it was good. My name is Aurora Cordoville. I live at 19 Timberwood Road in Berlin. And thank you, and Donna and Jack for attending our event. We really enjoyed having you guys there. It was great.
It's great to be there.
I have 3 special needs kids in the Berlin school system. I am a stepmom. I've had them since 2017. And I'm also a teacher. I've been teaching for most of my life. I also worked in a daycare in Wallingford for about 10 years. So I'm very well versed in what kids need. I see what kids need. And I'm going to address the Board of Ed partisanship. I think it's really obvious that the town doesn't want this. Blatantly obvious that the town doesn't want it. Didn't want it the last time. They don't want it this time. Please show us that you respect the wishes of the town that you represent. And do not move forward with the recommendation to make the BOE partisan. It's been functioning very well. It's been doing a fantastic job. It's been listening to what people have been, the board listens to the people. We want to keep it that way. Please.
All right, thank you. Sam Lamagnio.
Sam Lamaglio, 78 Hickory Hill Road. Steve Bannon said in a podcast a few months ago that if the far right wants to take over community, you start with the school board. And that's what's happening in Berlin. They're starting with the school board. In 2016, we decided, I was in charter revision, we decided that we wanted to change Board of Ed to partisan. It wasn't because it was far right, far left. It was a decision the board made, and we got killed in that election. It was a vicious election, Mr. Mayor. You were there. Yes, no signs all over the town. The papers did a story. Then Channel 3 was there doing a story. And the question is, do you want to repeat this? Because it's going to happen. You're going to have yes, no signs all over town. And for what? So the far right could overreach. The far right seems to think that by controlling the Board of Ed, you could stop this like make-believe thing, CRTs. Let me just say, CRTs aren't taught in the Berlin school system. There never will be taught in the Berlin school system. But the far right seems to think that way. I think it's the biggest mistake this council will do if you actually pass this. You'll doom the charter. The charter will fail. Your vote will fail, and it will divide the town. And I'm and I just want to say something. I can't stand that much. When I served on the Board of Finance for 4 years, I thought I did an excellent job. At least I thought I did. I served the community. I did the best I possibly can. When it was time for renomination, the Republican Party said, no, we don't want you because you didn't comply to what we needed. It was simple as that. And so I didn't get renominated, not because I didn't do a good job, because I refused to listen to a party chair or anybody else. And that's what's going to happen on the Board of Ed. If the people in this community actually vote for this, you're going to give both political parties, not just the far right or the far left, both political parties are going to take control of the Board of Education. Candidates will have to go through an interview process. They're going to ask you a number of questions. And if you don't agree with them, they will not nominate you. And these parents or people that want to run from the Board of Ed that aren't political, they're not going to be bothered. They're just not going to go. And then someday the Republicans aren't going to control the town. The Democrats are going to control the town. And then both parties will have their say on budgets, on superintendents, on everything. Do you want politicians to decide what superintendent should be elected? Do you want the politician to decide a litmus test for a superintendent? That's not what Berlin is all about. Berlin has never been about that. And that's how we should keep it, Mr. Mayor. And I hope the council will do the right decision, because this is going to fail. It's going to divide the town, and it's not in the best interest of this town. It's just not. We have dedicated teachers. We've got students that as you know, I'm not an educator, but I've been married to an educator who just retired after 41 years. And educators love to have their kids to be independent thinkers. You can't just indoctrinate them either to the far left or far right. It just does it. You're not. Kids today are independent thinkers. They're going to make their own decision, and you can't pick books. And that's what the far rights are going to do. So I implore the council to do the right thing and just take this piece out and then do the rest of the charter because it's going to fail. Thank you.
Karen, I don't see Karen Pagliaro, is she? Sure, yes, absolutely. And then, okay, that's fine, yeah. But then we just have two more, so we're doing good. Appreciate it, folks staying within the, pretty close to the 3 minutes. It's okay, it's all good. Yes.
Well, this isn't me, so. it
Yeah,
should be okay.
all right, yeah, that's fine.
Karen Pagliaro, 221 Still Meadow Lane. Quote, I would like to share my thoughts about the charter revision. I have some issues with the process. One, having a council member vote for a family member, regardless of position, is wrong. They should abstain from this vote, and one council member did not. Two, the initial chair should not have been placed on the committee, and though he shared this info, he did not step down. Three, as a member of the Charter Revision Committee, Charlie I'm sorry, I don't know how to say it.
Vanessa?
You know what I'm talking about.
Charlie, we had
Should
Charlie.
abstain from voting on this as a council member. Ethically, we need to adhere to a higher standard. 4, Board of Ed. Berlin voted against this in 2017. This was not part of the initial recommendation for opening the charter. The town voted no, and this was wrong to try and move this forward. We should continue as a nonpartisan board.
Thanks for reading. Thanks for reading that. Appreciate it. And we have one more on this list, and I had one more here too. Nikki, Semeski? Did I get it right? Okay. All right, close enough, right?
Nikki Sambisky, 947 Chamberlain Highway, Berlin.
How are you?
Good, how are you?
Good.
First, I just want to say something. I kind of I'm offended by being called a right-wing extremist. I'm a conservative and I'm a conservative constitutionalist. So thanks. And I just wrote my thoughts down and then I have something else that I briefly want to say. So I'm speaking before the town council this evening in favor of the option of adding the issue of a partisan BOE to the ballot this November. As a parent, I feel this is one of the ways to potentially safeguard our children. Too many times we've seen boards of education try to push dangerous agendas under the guise of anonymity. As a parent and a voter, I want to know which party these candidates are affiliated with so that I can potentially safeguard my children from the workings of candidates who have dangerous agendas. We need more transparency in our candidates who run for the Board of Education. These people are running for a board just like other candidates who run for other positions in towns. Those other candidates must declare what party they are affiliated with. The Board of Education should be no different. Also, just to tack onto that, it's my understanding that you don't have to pick a party affiliation if the Board of Ed goes partisan. You could still run as independent as long as you gather the signatures. So that is a weak excuse that everybody is using. Berlin is one of 2 boards in the entire state who are still nonpartisan. We are kidding ourselves if we think that their politics don't make their way into the decisions of these people, these people make as board members. For example, we have a former Democrat town mayor on the BOE. The only difference with having a nonpartisan BOE is that people of a certain political party can push their agenda anonymously so that parents won't be able to link them to their party affiliation. And to those who say that we already had a vote in 2016 and that people already made their voices heard, I say to you that times have changed and thoughts and hearts and minds have changed. Therefore, it's time to vote on this issue once again. Today, parents are seeking to be more involved with what is happening at the Board of Education, and therefore they deserve to know party affiliation. For example, I sat at a BOE retreat a few months ago and listened as Shipman and Goodwin taught our board members how to cover their backsides and subvert parents who wish to file FOIA requests against the board. This was nothing short of disgusting. Had parents and voters known which party these candidates were affiliated with, I can guarantee you that a majority of the BOE members would not be sitting on the board today, and thus that meeting may have never taken place.
There are people in this town who cry that there's no transparency, yet when we bring up changing the BOE to a partisan board, they push back against it. If they wanted transparency so badly, then they would be on board with this. Sadly, we have members on the board who are pushing a dangerous agenda. They are pushing critical race theory under the name of equity and everything else. And there's so much more, and they do it under the guise of anonymity. When citizens know which party the candidates are affiliated with, they can make smart decisions and choose people who have nothing but their children's best interest in educational instruction in mind. As one of our registrar of voters stated during the referendum meeting last month, voters are frustrated when they call her asking for the party affiliations of the BOE candidates, and she cannot tell them due to the board being nonpartisan. We all know that in a perfect world, every Board of Ed should be nonpartisan. However, in today's political climate and the agendas being pushed by some candidates dictates otherwise. It's time to let the people vote for a partisan Board of Education in Berlin. I do know something about that black-faced figure, that story. I hear at every meeting. And from what I understand, and I heard it on a good source, that was made by a child that was supposed to look like, she wanted it to make it look like some kind of like a scary voodoo doll type figure. And somehow word got around that it was purposely made to be a racist thing be racist against people of color. And she was so mortified. From what I understand, she had gone home crying, and her father was so upset. He didn't know what to do. And I'm not sure that it was done under Upbeat. I think it was might have been under something done in one of the schools. But that's the truth behind that story. And it keeps getting peddled around at every board otherwise. So.
All right, thank you. All right, I've got two more on the list here. Marie Maselli. In the next meeting. Okay. Okay, great. Thanks. Judy Carson, is that for? Okay, so, all right, so okay, so that's good. That's for our next meeting. And is there anyone else on that hasn't signed in? Yes. Yes, sir. No, you're good. Come on up. Yeah. Come on up. Charter revision? We'll wait till the next meeting. Yes. Yes. Come on up. Oh, Paul. All right. Well, Paul, and then you're next. You're next. So this is the other meeting. We'll keep
Thank you,
this.
Paul Argazzi, 339 Reservoir Road in Kensington. I've been on 2 charter revision commissions. I was vice chairman of one, and let's see, that was 1990 something, 1995, and I was the chairman of the Charter Revision Commission in 2016. One of the questions we proposed at that time was going to a partisan Board of Education. Nobody was in favor of that as much as I was. However, there's a little history behind that. It had been almost 70 years between votes for that type of Board of Education. So it was in the 1950s when the town went to a nonpartisan board, and there was a clamoring for a vote after that many years, and by hundreds, if not thousands of people. The Charter Revision Commission at the time felt it was time to have another vote on the issue. There were 5 votes that year, 3 of which passed, 5 questions, 3 of which passed, 2 did not pass. That was one of them. It was a fairly close vote, but the point is, it was settled. And as much as I'd like to see a partisan Board of Education, because I think it would work better in the long run, you can't keep bringing this issue back now. It was one thing to have a vote 70 years later, but you can't just keep bringing this back every 6 years, every 7 years when a new town council, a new party takes over. So I'm speaking really to defend the charter. And I said this when I spoke at the last hearing before the Charter Revision Commission, that the charter changes should be rare. They should be really when they're needed, not just when you have a change in party, and not just all the time because you think, you came close last time and you need to you need to change it again this time. So that's my opinion on the Board of Ed part of it. A couple other things that I noticed on here that are kind of boring, but I need to go through them quickly. I am against changing the prohibition for a member of the Board of Finance from serving on any other board. That board is supposed to be completely independent and should not, those members should not be on any other board in town. And as an example of that, the first chairman you appointed to the Charter Revision Commission this year was also the chairman of the Board of Finance. And one of the things he wanted to do in the minutes was eliminate one of the budget referendum. Now, I'm not going to second guess what his motives were, but obviously there's an individual that's tasked with making the budget and he wants to make it easier for the budget to pass. And that's exactly why somebody on the Board of Finance shouldn't be on any other board. Another issue, I brought this up at the public hearing, was regarding the manager living out of town. There's pros and cons to this. Having been on the council for years, obviously I struggled with managers turning over constantly. But just so the council knows, this issue was voted on twice and was defeated twice. In fact, in 2007, there was a Charter Revision Commission that was dedicated to this issue. And that was the only thing that went to vote and it was defeated. So the public does not want that. Maybe the people who work for the town want that, but I think the public's feeling is that the town manager should be in town, should be a taxpayer, and should live in town. A couple other more minor things. I see that there's a proposal to eliminate capital leases from the provisions of the petition to referendum for bonding ordinances. That provision was put in there by Joe Fozzie, our previous bond counsel, who wrote that entire provision, rewrote it in 2016 for us. He strongly recommended keeping capital leases. If the town goes out to lease for a $3 million bond to purchase, 15 fire trucks, that should be subject to referendum and you should not get rid of that. I'm also against, and I always have been against this, closing down voting places, polling stations for referenda. The complaint is now that not enough people vote and it's expensive. I've always felt that democracy costs a little bit of money. You should have the regular polling places open. If you want to see voter turnout drop even more, start closing voting places and you'll see it drop to almost nothing because people will show up at their regular polling place where they vote on elections. Then they'll go there to vote on a referendum for a bond or the budget. And you'll see that it's closed. There'll be a sign saying go somewhere, or maybe they've never been before, and that's it. They won't vote at all. So that was taken out both for the referendum and for bonding. I also don't necessarily agree with reducing the time for the second referendum from 4 weeks to 3 weeks. We were told that you needed about 4 weeks to get that on the ballot, to get paper ballots and absentee ballots printed. So that may be a little bit short-sighted. I'm almost done. The last thing I have is that just looking, I wasn't involved in this this process at all this time, but just looking at the statutes, I don't see how you can claim that this Charter Revision Commission was done legally. I've reviewed the statutes as I have for numerous times, and unless there's some specific case law that says you do not have to follow a specific statute laid out for how a charter revision can work, you did not follow this. There has to be at least 5 members of the Charter Revision Commission. And you appointed 5 and 1 was ineligible. And yet you still had the public hearing. And then you had 2 more meetings where that individual not only ran the public hearing, but ran the meetings and they discussed substantive terms of the charter while that person was ineligible. So maybe this is a question, maybe it's not, but if there is a case where specifically the Superior Court has said that it's okay to ignore that process and you could still have the public hearing and all that, I'd really like to know what that is, Mr. Corporation Counsel.
When you're finished, we'll
Mayor.
have, so you can finish up and then we're gonna have the Corporation Counsel answer that question, actually.
Right, okay.
All right,
So that was it. So
okay, thank you very much. Appreciate it. Anyone else to speak? Yes, yeah, lady in the back and then Mary Catherine. Or-
Good evening, Antoinette Pager, 9 School Street, Berlin, Connecticut.
How are you?
I'm fine, thank you. I've come here tonight out of a little bit of worry when I read in the newspaper after I'd been gone for a couple weeks that there was a charter revision meeting tonight, and it did not mention that the Berlin VNA was going to be a topic. This has been an issue for quite a while, and I'm very disappointed that they have reached this point where they're going to try and take it away. I was a social worker here in Berlin for 28 plus years. I worked hand in glove with the Berlin VNA and all the staff and all the members. I was on one of the commissions for it. I'm actually still staying on one of the professional advisory commissions. And I cannot leave here tonight without telling you that this is a vital part of what this town is. The fact that we have our own VNA and the fact that this town has not, over the past 25 or 30 years, worked to grow this VNA should be a shame for all of us. We rely on this service. I relied on it when I had some surgery. My husband relied on it before he died of liver cancer. So I am truly aghast at the fact that this could happen. There's got to be another solution. And I was pleased to hear the new director say that it really isn't costing us more than $7 a month to have this for the whole taxpayer group. It's a privilege. It's a piece of the cornerstone of the town of Berlin being as unique as I have come to learn that it is. I moved here from Arizona and lived here starting in 1984, and I started to work here in August of 1984. The Berlin VNA has been a vital part of this community, and many of the seniors that we have, that they're now taking care of, were my age or a little younger when I was here in 1984. And I think it's a disservice to everybody. And I really wish that you would reconsider and try and figure out a way to make this an economic possibility for this town. The town of Berlin's known for its uniqueness. They call the state of Connecticut the land of steady habits, and some habits don't need to be changed. And I truly believe that regarding the Berlin VNA. Thank you.
Mary Kay? Yes. Yes. Yes, or other people after. That was on the list, right?
Mary Catherine LaRose, 26 Woodruff Lane, Kensington, Connecticut. A couple of things on the Board of Education. In years past, in past elections, there were times when I would flip the ballot over and there weren't enough people running to fill the vacancies. What happened then was that people could be appointed, which is really not very equitable, to use that horrible word. Anyway, so now, of course, education is at the forefront of everything. And so now you have people who are very interested in running for the Board of Ed, knowing what's going on the Board of Ed. And so as a person who ran for the Board of Ed unsuccessfully, I really feel that if we had a partisan affiliation, and I never, when I ran, I'm a conservative, I'm a registered Republican. It never, ever would have dawned on me that anyone from the Republican Party would tell me what to do on the Board of Ed. I taught for 35 years. I am now still part-time teaching for another 13 years. I kind of know, I think, what's good for kids. And I just wanted to bring that expertise to the Board of Ed. I got my signatures, I walked streets, I did everything I thought I could, and I had a low vote count. And let's face it, 3 out of the 4 people that ran were on the board already. So it was name recognition in some cases. So I really believe it's the right thing to do. If you have 166 out of 169 towns in the state of Connecticut that are partisan, it's time to just face what we have to face and just do it. Thank you.
Anyone else? Yes, sir. About the charter revision? Okay, yes, come on up.
Dan Thurston, 16 Conlin Way.
Yeah.
Thank you.
How are you?
I know my name's not on the list.
Oh, no, it's okay. No,
Um,
don't need to be.
It's been great to hear people's very strong opinions on the charter revision, and the fact that people are reading those changes and seeing what's going on, I think is a big positive. I want to speak to two pieces of the charter revision. One, I know was brought up earlier, the idea of a wholesale vote on the entire board, whether partisan or nonpartisan, I think is problematic. Anytime that you have to have a commission start from scratch without carryover, you lose a big chunk of time up front, in which we're kind of learning the ropes. And I think anybody who's worked on a commission, in government, in leadership, to try and get something done has seen that. So I think that's something just to kind of keep an eye on, take a look at in there. I also have heard a lot of people talk about wanting to get people to know more about their candidates. I can't agree more that you should want to know more about your candidates. We should want more people to come out to vote. I think there's a little bit of stagnancy among the votership in Berlin, where people think that elections are a foregone conclusion. I think going partisan doesn't address that problem. I think you see less of people knowing what actual individual candidates stand for. I think the question of educating voters on what individual candidates stand for is more what we need to address. Putting together situations where people can meet the candidates, people can get to know what their thoughts are, what their point of view is. I think going partisan leads you more in the direction of people just voting for a block or clicking on a block, and not really knowing what individual candidates stand for. And I don't think that really addresses the heart of what people want in this town. People want to know who's in charge of making decisions. They want to know what their stance is, and they want to know that they're looking out for the best interests of the people, both in the town and in the schools. So that's one reason why I would definitely be against going to the partisan board.
Thank you. Trying to wrap this up. We do have another long meeting. Anyone else, though? We want to make sure everyone has their time.
Mr. Mayor, we had the letter from Matthew Tenza that we were sent. Will we be able to read that in, or should we attach that to the minutes?
Can we attach that to the minutes? We can read it. I mean, you want to read it in?
I can read it.
Yeah, read it.
That
Read
shouldn't
it.
take
And
that
just
long.
before you do, anybody online just before and then we'll finish with that.
So anyone online who'd like to speak on charter revision? We're still in the charter revision public hearing.
Okay, hearing none. We're on, Mike.
So this is a letter written by Matthew Tenza, 25 Ridgewood Lane in Berlin. While I'm certain a significant amount of thought and work has gone into the charter revision recommendations, I absolutely oppose moving the Board of Education to a partisan-based board. As a current member of the Board of Education, former president of the Board of Education, and a public school employee for another Connecticut municipality, I believe I have the knowledge and experience of Board of Education operations to comment on the subject. My experience with the Berlin Board of Education has been a rewarding experience in that all our decisions have been based on what is best for the students of Berlin Public Schools. By keeping that notion of what is best for the students, we have created a strong public school system that families support and want to be part of. We no longer lose a significant number of students to magnet and charter schools, which the town is still financially responsible for. Because of our school system, families want to move to Berlin. While there are many other great reasons to move to Berlin, it is a fact, and any real estate professional will tell you, school systems will drive families to communities. I have seen in other communities which are partisan, the Board of Education meetings become bogged down in political agendas and not what is right for students. Numerous superintendents and Board of Education members statewide wish their boards of education could be nonpartisan. For Berlin to give up this true democratic fundamental would be a shame. Do not do that here in Berlin. It is my opinion that changing our Board of Education from petitioning nonpartisan to a system of party system nominees will greatly impact the decisions regarding education by bringing political agendas into education versus doing what is right for students and in turn for the town. I am proud of the fact that Board of Education members have to petition to get on the ballot. I believe it shows true commitment to our education system, and those that make the effort to gain the petitions typically are doing it for the right reasons, what is best for our students. I strongly request that the Charter Revision Committee and the Town Council remove the revisions to the Board of Education election process and allow the Board of Education to do their great work. The last charter revision significantly limited the community's ability to choose our leadership. We truly only vote for the mayor and Board of Education members now. This change will again limit our choices because the political parties will hand choose the members, and unaffiliated folks like myself will not be able to make a contribution to our community. Yes, I recognize that unaffiliated citizens will still be able to petition, but we all know how that will go. Please do not make our Board of Education a political background. The system has worked, keep it that way. Unfortunately, I believe these changes are simply a method for political parties to push their agendas into the education system, and there is no room for politics in education. You all ask us to trust you as elected officials. I'm asking the same, trust that we have the integrity to do what is right for the education system in our community. Thank you for your consideration.
Okay, anyone else, just to make sure we got everybody? Okay, we have everybody. So we're still in the public hearing. We have a chance for town councilor comments, and we also have that on our agenda later. But before we go to that point, I'd like to have our corporation counsel, Jeff D'Onofrio, because we did have a couple people spoke about the formation of the Charter Review Commission. So if you, and of course, we run everything by our corporation counsel, don't do anything without legal advice, so.
My understanding from what I heard from two of the members of the public that spoke is that there are beliefs that the meetings that occurred prior to Mr. Payanessa becoming chair, a member of the Charter Revision Commission and chair of the Charter Revision Commission, which according to my notes occurred on June 8th. Does that sound right?
When he was
Charlie?
appointed.
Appointed June 7th, and the next Charter Revision Commission meeting was on June 8th, according to my notes.
Yeah, it was the council meeting, right?
So what I'm hearing is a challenge to the legality of the meetings that Mr. Bordnero participated in. That's an issue for the Freedom of Information Commission. And under the Freedom of Information Act, I think it's 1-206B1, any complaint, any appeal challenging the legality of a meeting needs to be filed within 30 days. I'm not aware of any complaint having been filed more than 30 days have elapsed. The Charter Revision Commission has its own counsel, Attorney Steve Mednick from New Haven. I believe Attorney Mednick has done, Kate, what do you say, 25 charters?
Yes.
Yeah. And his opinion was that the process was proper. So, I understand what's being said. The Charter Revision Commission's first action, first real vote was when they voted to send the draft report of the proposed charter revisions to the town council, which was on, I want to say June 15th. And then on June 16th, the town clerk transmitted the report to the town council. So, I understand what's being said. I mean, quite frankly, if an FOI complaint had been filed in a timely manner and the FOIC sustained the appeal and found those meetings to be illegal, there was no action to be voided at those meetings, which would typically be the outcome from an FOI complaint. So, from my perspective and from the Charter Revision Commission's perspective, the issue was raised, the proper action was taken, and it was taken, I think, within a week of when the issue was raised. So I don't have a problem with the process.
All right, appreciate that explanation. Again, we don't do anything without legal advice, and we did have a separate attorney. We do have a separate attorney that will continue with the Charter
Mayor, if I
Revision
may,
Commission. Yes.
I don't know if this is out of line, but there were several questions about how the Board of Ed would be seated.
Yeah. So what? Yeah. Could we? Yeah. They're
They're going to be they're going to go in a rotation. They're going to be, it's not going to be all at once.
right. Okay. Right. So
Right. Well, Attorney Mednick had written that section because in order to transition from a petition-only Board of Education to a Board of Education that's nominated and elected in accordance with the Connecticut General Statutes, there needs to be a transition process. So what's outlined in the draft of 2-8 is a transition that gets you to where the Charter Revision Commission indicated it wanted to get. And you'd have the same number of members, 9 members, but you'd have 5 elected for terms of 4 years and 4 elected for terms of 2 years. So that you'd have some continuity once that elected board, nominated and elected board is in place. So, you know, the process doesn't, we needed a process that kicked in, but we needed to have it timed so that it didn't run afoul of the petition-only process. That's why it begins in November of 25. Somebody said 27, it's November of 25. And so you've got obviously a couple of elections before then. So, you know, well, that's all I'm going to say on it. There was a lot of things that were said about the existing process, and Attorney Mednick and I have opinions about the legality of the existing process, but that's not what I'm here to talk about.
Anything else, Kate, of note that you? So just a couple comments. I mean, we're gonna probably recess shortly and take a quick break, and then we'll come back for our regular meeting, which we're, you know, a little bit late for, but that's okay. We get paid the extra money. We get paid that overtime to be here. So tonight we'll get some overtime pay. 0, the big 0, but that's okay. We love it here and it's good. And I'm so happy people turned out for this. That's what we want. That's great that the people showed up at every council meeting, every public hearing we have. I wish we had, you know, this many people times 5, 10, whatever. We want to hear from the folks. Of course we do. We're elected representatives. Just one thing about the VNA, we are not looking to eliminate the VNA. So when I took office 7 years ago, no one seemed to even know we were losing $1 million a year. I found that hard to believe, but no one even kind of figured that out. And so the budget was $1 million and it was costing us $2 million. Since then, we've been trying to fix it desperately. Board of Finance has tried, council has tried, town manager, and we're still working on doing that. This is not to eliminate it. Certainly not going to eliminate the VNA, nor the school nurses would, of course, not be eliminated. So this just gives us a little bit more latitude if we take it out of the charter to work on fixes, because it's very difficult within the charter to do much to it. We've had consultants. We hired consultants to look at it. We've had some different directors trying to work on this, but it's very difficult. So that's the goal, is not to take it out of the charter and eliminate it. That is not the goal at all. But we're trying to fix what we're losing. It's also very, very hard today. You know, most towns have eliminated the VNA for this very reason. Medicare reimbursement rates have changed, very difficult. But you know, we need to try and work on it, make it a little bit better. It's hard to add census, to add folks to the VNA that are taking advantage of their services. It's very difficult, and agreed, there is, you know, probably one huge monopoly in our area with healthcare. And if you probably drive by every street corner in any town around us, there is one particular name on the sign. I'm not saying they're good or bad, but yeah, it's tough to compete too, which is another problem we do face. But we know the care. I've had, you know, family members, my dad and mom took advantage of the Berlin VNA, and, you know, probably all of us sitting up here have had the same scenario. So, you know, that's not the goal. The goal is to try and fix it, but it's very difficult with the way it's written in the charter to fix it. So that is the goal of that. There's a lot of other things. Oh, just one mention on the town manager in town. I just, you know, again, another difficult issue. I know over the years, they've had other town managers that have been temporarily appointed, when a town manager left for whatever reason. One comes to light, well before my time, but he lived in Meriden, and they wanted to hire him. I understand the council wanted to hire him, the town wanted to hire him, and, he lives in Meriden, he had to move to Berlin. We lost him. And I understand he was good. Didn't know the man personally, didn't know what the scenario was, but that's a little bit of the history. It's very difficult to fill the town manager spot. We are so very lucky to have a Roche here. Very, very lucky. He kind of changed careers, retired from one, and tried the town manager hat on. And I don't think he's sorry. No, he's having a good time, and he's doing a great job. So, and he has moved to town, of course. So we're good with him. As far as the charter goes, of course, it's still in place in the charter, but it's diminishing returns when we look to hire the town manager position. It's very difficult. And I think the thought behind, I know the Charter Review Commission and even myself having when the last town manager left for personal reasons. I mean, he lived up in Litchfield. If he could have commuted, he would have stayed, but he had some family issues he needed to deal with his parents who were having, were ill and elderly, and he just couldn't make that drive every day. In Connecticut, we're very close. If we were in Texas, I would agree. If someone, it is in El Paso and they're going to drive every day from Dallas, probably won't work out too well. But, Connecticut is a small state, and certainly central Connecticut, and there have been candidates from adjoining towns that we've looked at. But, typically the town manager position is a more established person professionally. They're older, they have a house, they have kids in school, wherever they live. It's tough to make them, uproot their family to move from Newington to Berlin. And then, who knows how long that lasts, right? Maybe they don't like it. Maybe who knows what happens when councils change. So it's difficult to fill the slot. And that's really it's not to say we don't want them to live in town, but I mean, that'd be great. But in today's world, it's very difficult. So that's the thought behind that. But as we know, whatever decisions that the council makes, certainly the decisions ultimately to write the questions for the Charter Review Commission, we will certainly be sending our thoughts back between tonight, and we'll have this on the agenda for the next meeting for the council. And then it would go back to the Charter Review Commission. It's all going to the voters. No matter what is decided, the voters will have their say. And that's really what it's all about. We have thoughts, and we express those thoughts, and we put things forward to the voters, and it is what it is after they vote. Whether we've done it a few years ago or not, it's still going back to the voters, and they'll have their say once again on whatever goes to the voters. So that's just a few comments off the top of my head. Quickly, just if anyone, I mean, I know we got short on time here to take a break and start our next meeting, but please, folks, a minute of your time, whatever you folks think, we'll get that out here, and then we'll take a recess for the council meeting. If anyone has anything to say.
You summed it up pretty well.
Okay. Donna, we're good? We're good.
I'll address the elephant in the room. Sure. Listen to the people, listen to the people, listen to the people. We had some really great comments today. I appreciate all of you for coming out and sharing such a great diversity of opinion on all of the issues that the Charter Revision Commission has considered. I was very impressed by those who spoke about the Board of Education. Education is a very important issue for me. I think it's the future of our community, and it is something that should not be played games with. There's that sentiment that was shared in the public hearing section of this, that if it ain't broke, don't fix it. I think we need to take that one step further, that if it's truly exceptional, don't fix it. Our education system here in this town is truly exceptional. It is one of the best school systems that we have here in Connecticut. And largely in part, that is due to the fact that we have a nonpartisan Board of Education. We have everyday parents, we have everyday teachers, we have everyday citizens who partake in our Board of Education and actually listen to the people. And I understand that there are concerns about transparency in the elections process. I Obviously, transparency is paramount when it comes to our election policies here in Berlin, here in this country. I don't see what's more transparent than going door to door, talking with parents, talking with teachers, talking with everyday citizens about what your policies are, being challenged on them, and having to stand for them. Certainly, having political parties out of the process encourages that very activity where you need to be held accountable for your views. That's what elections are about. And that is most importantly what I pride this town on when it comes to elections for the Board of Education. So if it's exceptional, why are we messing with it? I hope we listen to the comments. We had two people who on the previous Charter Revision Commission voted to have a partisan Board of Education. Both are not in favor of it. I think we've reviewed this 6 years ago. The people have spoken, the people are speaking now. This is not something that the town wants. And I hope that we listen to the people when the time comes, and I hope the Charter Revision Commission does as well.
Thank you.
Just quickly,
Yeah, go ahead.
just to obviously echoing what Jack said too, and I think one of the things that that I want to just point out is the fact that as a body, whenever we talk about the Board of Education, whether it's budget time or anything else, we all here have extolled the virtues of Berlin schools, whether we've gone to them, whether we've sent our children to them. And as somebody who has pretty much exercised every single part of it with the 4 members of the Berlin schools that I have currently in them, I can tell you that this is a really well working education system, and to change the way it works, to put in political parties and perhaps change everything and the way that we start with it, I think would be the wrong thing to do. I'm very concerned, obviously, by some of the points brought up that we don't exactly have the most smoothest charter commission situation going on. So I would also look at that as something that maybe we should discuss and take up. But as far as the Board of Ed is concerned, I don't understand why we would want to touch that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mayor? May I just
Yes,
ask
sir. Yes.
I was asked to step in after the council realized that they had made a mistake. Mr. Bernardo wasn't eligible to be on the commission. And I came late to the game. There was no dark agenda. It was about looking at issues for the town. I don't think anybody tried to deceive anybody the way the meetings were run. As soon as there was a realization of a mistake, it was corrected at the next council meeting. And the changes they're looking at is not about promoting them, it's about giving people a choice. A number of constituents have asked to look at the Board of Ed issue again. So we said, okay, let the people decide. The VNA, I'm one of the biggest supporters. I've been on the council for many years. I think they do a wonderful job. But the voters need to understand it costs between $500,000 and $1 million a year to have this service. We need to give the folks a choice. They don't want to keep subsidizing it, or let the council have enough faith in the council to promote keeping it and adjusting it. And that, putting it under an ordinance would give the council the purview to make those changes. And the way it's written in the charter now, it's all or nothing the way it is. We can't make anything to help it. And a number of the other changes were more to bring us up to date, the amounts of money required for council approval and so forth, from $5,000 to $25,000, to bring us more in line with Connecticut state statutes. But the idea there was some dark political agenda is beyond me. I knew of none of that. This is about choice for people to decide. And if people think the BOE should stay the way it is, great. But it will not be strictly partisan. People can certainly petition like they can for any office if they want to. And the terms will be staggered. If you read the way the council that represented the commission, he went to great pains to make sure it'd be staggered terms, and it would go to 4 years to line up with the town election, so it wouldn't be off years, to simplify things and make it more in line with the rest of our government. But that's for the voters to decide. I hope everybody looks at it and makes up their own mind. It's not some dark agenda that someone's trying to push on people. Thank you.
Well, I just want to add that the, Jack mentioned the people of the town. Well, there's, I don't know how many people were here tonight, 50, maybe if there's 100, there's 14,000 voters in town. So, it would go to all of them, of course, whatever happens in the charter revision. I mean, there's a few people that are here speaking one way or the other, and we want to hear it all because it's all great points. Like I said in the beginning, we're happy everyone shows up. We want to hear it. But that's why ultimately it ends up in the voters' hands. And one other comment that did disturb me a little bit, that I don't know if we're going backwards or forwards, if we make it partisan as far as the Board of Ed issue. I mean, just about every town in Connecticut has gone forward, changed it to partisan. Maybe some want to go back. I don't know. There are many, many school systems, of course, that are ranked higher than Berlin that are partisan boards of ed. I don't know if that's good or bad either, but it's not all or nothing. It's a difficult choice. We understand that. But again, it's one we would, if it goes forward to the election in November, the voters will decide. So that's just something to keep in mind as we talk about this. It's all in the voters' hands, folks. It's all in your hands. So always keep that in mind. So with that, if we could take a short recess. I know there's other folks here for the town meeting where we have another audience of citizens, and then we have an agenda to get through. So thank you very much. And we'll go ahead and close our meeting and take a short break. Thank you all again.
Mr. Janice, did you forget what you said at the last meeting? You just contradicted yourself. You said at this meeting, if you sit here and hear more people in support of the Board of Ed, then
Yeah, sure. All right, hang on. Yes, instead of all the meetings for my mom to show up to. Yeah.
Oh, it's great. You gotta perform today.
I don't want that petition.
Bring the A game, win the show. You gotta do it.
About Board of Ed, is that what that is?
Sorry, we gained one, but we lost the camera. Almost there. Apologize for the delay, folks. Sorry. It's okay. Call this meeting to order, and we could stand for the Pledge of Allegiance, please. Pledge
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Here.
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 Thank you, Kate. Next up is our audience of citizens for our council meeting, or, other than charter revision. We can talk about that if you want to, but any other issue, what's on our agenda, or anything else you need to say. So, Marie, Sally, you're on the list first. On up.
My name is Marie Maselli, and I live at 269 Circle Drive, Berlin. I would like to preface my statements by first saying that I am a dog owner, and secondly, I do not support keeping the dog park at either Bicentennial Park or on Pistol Creek. While I don't know the history of Bicentennial Park, I did drive over there, and I saw that it was in a cul-de-sac like my house is as well, and I know that there's a premium to purchase a property in a cul-de-sac so that the children could play in it. I believe that it's the town's responsibility to find an open space area that's not in a neighborhood. There's plenty of open space in Berlin that can be looked at. I also wanted to mention at this point that surprisingly, I didn't see any of this mentioned in the Berlin Citizen this week, which I think it should have been since it seems to be a really contentious issue. If the Conservation Commission and the council are insistent that Pistol Creek must be the place, then my suggestion, as well as some other residents I spoke with and communicated with on town Facebook pages, prefer the clubhouse side of Pistol Creek, which the town also owns. There are no homes in that space. While I was told today, though, that there is still the summer camp there and an area with some livestock. There are 9 acres that are not in the wetlands. And I actually have I don't know have it on. I gave some to the commission.
And you know, Marie, so, and we have them up on the, we have a map there too. So just so you know, that's.
Is that?
Okay, of the
If
other
that-
side, that's the other side.
That's the other side. Oh, okay. Okay.
Yeah, that's the
Gotcha.
clubhouse side.
Gotcha.
So I'm against the Savage Hill Road neighborhood side of Pistol Creek for many reasons.
There's probably enough for us.
There are several acres that are proposed to be surrounded with chain link fence unless I stand corrected. That seems to be what we've been hearing. I'm not sure if I'm 100% correct on that. Residents don't want this because it will disturb the natural habitat of the wildlife. I don't think dogs play quietly in a park either, therefore creating a noise concern. I live literally right on the end of Circlewood Drive, and my house abuts Pistol Creek. And I do have a dog, and I'll tell you, there's lots of people that walk Pistol Creek with and without dogs, and she is always barking. So the noise issue is for me inside my house, and I'll deal with her barking, but I'm concerned about other people having the noise issue with the dog park. The neighbors can all attest to the fact that not only are the yards on Circlewood Drive muddy in the spring, but the entire open space is muddy until it dries out with the warmer weather. Now, I don't know, maybe people won't mind walking their dog, or having their dogs play in the mud. The proposed chain link fence will be unsightly and aesthetically unappealing. Best of my knowledge, it's proposed to be 3 sides with the 4th side open to the shrubs. In addition, it's outlined almost, there's paint outlining the whole area. It's quite a large area. And it's outlined almost to the sidewalk. Not even mentioning the cost if we're putting a chain link fence there. It's unsightly, and I'm certain if there's 2 or 3 acres to fence in, it'll be quite expensive. Pistol Creek has been named among the best ADA parks around for access. Excuse me. A resident who is blind has a service dog, and this is an example, that uses the trail and has been approached by both friendly and unfriendly dogs. But this distracts her service dog from his job. In fact, 2 off-leash dogs ran at my dog last week while I was on the trail, and I had to grab her, pull her up by her leash and pick her up. I also have off-leash dogs that come towards my yard, but still on the open space. I've never, as long as the dog isn't coming down to my yard, I haven't complained about it, but people are not following the ordinance for the dogs being on leash. Having the dog park there can also affect children and families on the trail. Cleanup of the area will most certainly become an issue and costly. I mean, I see that sometimes they're not able to even mow the lawn within a reasonable amount of time. So that's another issue, is that now we have to pay for also to clean and neat. Lastly, I want to make a statement, in which I actually mentioned earlier, that I did drive over by Bicentennial Park and realized that it's actually in a cul-de-sac, and there's a premium for those to purchase that home, that kind of home on a cul-de-sac. Let me make sure I use my points. So I guess my last point is that I think the council and the commission should look at a third alternative where people aren't going to be upset about having a dog park at it, because it seems like it's become a contentious issue and people are being pit against each other. And that's not what good citizenship is about. And that's what I urge the council to do, is to consider a third place somewhere in town, away from homes. I know a couple of people mentioned to me, there's a spot on Chamberlain Highway, another part on Orchard Road. I'm sure that there's probably others that could be considered. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you.
But
Now, are you, yeah, you're here for Judy?
Carson.
Yes.
She's on away.
Oh, that's fine.
and asked me
Yeah.
if I could make a statement.
Oh, of course. Yeah. On behalf of
I
Judy,
don't
yes.
personally know her, but she reached out. to me.
Okay, sure. Yeah.
And you can also find more information and discussion on the two town Facebook pages that has been going on, in case the council wants to take a look at that. And also the Facebook page, Berlin Residents Against Pistol Creek Dog Park. There's some conversations. All right, so this is from Judy Carson, 173 Savage Hill Road, Berlin, Connecticut. I feel the Pistol Creek location is not good due to wildlife, wetlands, and other activities such as cross-country meets, as that is where the teams meet. The outlined area is very close to the walkway, and I feel may be intimidating for skittish dogs like mine, elderly, handicapped, and young kids. Why is it so big? Why is it necessary for the town to provide an off-leash area? Who will clean and care for the space? As it is, Pistol Creek is poorly maintained for mowing and general care. I had thought the clubhouse side might be more viable, but I've seen beavers multiple times and many bunnies and deer and other wildlife that would be affected. That's her statement.
Oh, okay. All right. Thank you, Marie. Okay, audience of citizens, that's the two on the list. So anyone else now? Yes, sir. Yes, yes. Come on up.
Evening, everybody, council members, the mayor, and of course, Berlin citizens. From the political chicken puppy we've been hearing, except for the other citizens. Robert McGee, pretty much the generational risk. I'd like to know what the criteria is of, I guess, nominating or naming a something, right? In the case of Doc or this complex in the name of Artie Powers. Is there any criteria for naming a recognition for former employees?
That's a good question. We'll have to check on that. I don't know.
Simple nomination?
We'll have to see what kind of, I don't know what the process is. We'll have to
Okay,
see it. Yeah,
At this point, I'd like to bring John Pager's role in this community and
sure.
residents and different memberships, and also being an employee of the town. He was a master craftsman, and just don't have that anymore. Those skills are dying out because everybody's getting older. Served the town well for many years. I'm doing this of my own free will with no attachments. I believe his recognition for his service. And that comes to mind here. Number 12, purchase of oil for the vehicles at $28 a gallon. Way back when I was a council member, we had a really nice waste oil. You could name the furnace after John.
There we go.
All warm, and he always took care of all his employees and made sure they were safe and well. So that would be a very good suggestion. Like I said, something to mention and show his recognition to the town. Yeah, like I said, the break room. I mean, I've lived in this town long enough where I know, I remember Doc, I remember Artie is still alive, I believe, but these people helped the town for many, many years, and they helped it grow. they should be recognized.
Yes, sir. Appreciate that. We'll-
And like I said, on the oil, 28 bucks a gallon, you go to Tractor Supply and get it cheaper.
Yeah, I'm not sure what that is. We will certainly be asking that question. I hope we're not going to pay $28 a gallon. So I don't think that's the
Other than
case, but we'll find out when we get.
they're doing a good job, same old, you know. Pay my taxes, everybody else pay their taxes.
Not yet. Not yet.
Okay. Other than that, that's about it. Okay, you're having a good evening. Everybody else, I wish you well.
Thanks.
Thanks, Rob.
Thanks.
Have a good
Appreciate
night.
it, Bob. Okay, so yes, yes.
A show of hands, please. Look down on your benches. How many see veneer getting loose here?
Uh,
I see them all right here. Look. Once veneer comes off, it's a pain in the neck to put back. John would know how to fix all that and keep it up. The janitor does a great job, but once you start chipping the veneer, it goes to hell quick.
Thank you, Bob. Appreciate it. So next up for the audience of citizens. Eric?
Mary Catherine LaRose, 26 Woodruff Lane. Everybody all right?
Yes. Was that online? Oh, okay. We hope they're all right too, yeah.
Bob was still here, I would just have to say, if we're going to do any replacement of any seating in this council chambers, could you make it so my feet will totally be on,
Well,
the
you
floor,
know,
not just my toes?
Having sat out there for a lot of other meetings that are up here, I think there was a reason behind this. It's so darn uncomfortable out there, and I'm sorry about that. That we don't want people to stay long, I think, is maybe what the thing was. Our town, fathers going back a few years say, hey, we'll get it.
I brought my cushions and I did the last meeting too.
Sorry about the seating, I know.
Now to the topic of why I'm up here again. Okay. And I want to address some things that Marie mentioned. So I've been involved in off-leash dog issues. I don't know. I know since 2005. It might have been before that. I come to council meetings when they were trying to, enforce a leash law at Bicentennial. Everyone knows I love Bicentennial. I love bringing my dogs to Bicentennial. I understand the concerns of the neighbors and I've tried to be sympathetic to the concerns of the neighbors. The parking issues and wanted to get a parking lot inside Bicentennial and that was thwarted. So now you fast forward and this goes on and on for years and years. And my friend Susan Kwasniewski, I mean, we mostly come to the meetings and there's been other people too that have come. And then there's the neighbors that always come. And I respect that. Now you fast forward to have the new leash ordinance. And what do we do about the people who love to walk their dogs off leash, enjoy maybe even a group play time, 2 or 3, 4, or 5 dogs, together. So I really appreciate the fact that the town has tried so hard to find another location for us to be able to do that. I'm on the Conservation Commission and I never make any bones about that. I don't try to hide it or anything. I always say I'm on conservation when I say anything on Facebook or anything. Conservation Commission is adamant that they do not want any other of their properties that they are overseeing to be exempt from the leash law. So we had a 6-month moratorium at Bicentennial, which is part of the Conservation Commission land, to be able to continue to enjoy our dogs there while another place was looked at. And there were other locations that were considered off Chamberlain Highway, Orchard Road. There was a reason you can't mow the big field at the community gardens because there's something there that they have to protect and all that. There's reasons why all these other places, I'm sure there's a place with 2,000 acres, I think, of open space that we could find, but conservation's adamant. They don't want off-leash dogs anywhere on their properties. So Pistol Creek is not under the auspices of conservation. So this one particular former fairway, which isn't near houses. Part of it, if you went far enough up, yes, you would get to the houses, but it's going to end way before that. The fencing's going to end way before that. So first, it wasn't even going to have a fence. We were going to use this open space. We were going to have signs and say, start here. You can take your dog off here and you have to stop there. And it was going to be a nice little wooden, like guardrail kind of thing or whatever, very unobtrusive. Then we found out that the handicap access, the ADA walk that was, done over, that was going to be a problem because people of all different abilities are using that path. And so you can't have the exuberant dogs running over and sniffing or whatever. So now the fence came in. So now we have the fence, but now the cross-country team said, but we use that area. So again, came back, your heads, not mine, came together and said, well, okay, we'll now move the fence 15 feet in. So the grass, you'll still have plenty of room. And there was one of the coaches came with us when we walked the property. I forget his name. And he said, yes, this will work. 15 feet, the kids can run. The off-leash area is not going to start where we're going to assemble all our kids. They assemble somewhere down there. Okay, great. Okay, so this is where we're at. Okay, we've got this one area. It seems like it might work if people might let it. The fencing, I've seen black chain link fence. It kind of blends in. It's black and it just kind of blends into the landscape. It's not really near anyone's house where they're going to look at a fence or anything. We looked at another place at Pistol Creek on the suggestion of the Parks and Rec person. It was too near your houses. And Mark and I were like, nope, can't do this. It's too near houses. We're going to run into same problem as Weinstaff. So I'm here. I love the dogs. I mean, I can't imagine my dogs never having been off a leash. I know people on Facebook, they say these things like, well, fence in your own yard. Do you understand that people don't even have their own yards? They may be in an apartment or in a condo, and maybe this is the only free space that they can take and enjoy seeing their dogs run and romp. So we have to try to give it a chance. That's all I'm saying. Try to give it a chance. I remember when Steve Wood mentioned the cost, there was some fencing we already have in town and they're going to use that. Plus they're going to buy some more. I don't know, but let's try to make it work. I hope. People don't understand that the reason Bicentennial Park is so used, the reason it's so busy. It's not for an individual person just walking a path. It's for the people that want to come with their dogs. And so you can't just dismiss these people and say, why do we have to have an off-leash area? This has been so popular. I've been going there myself since the 80s because I know exactly what dog I had when I started going there. So, it's gotten more and more popular, of course, with the internet and everything. So you can't just dismiss people and say, well, why do we need an off-leash area? This is a really big deal for people and it's very popular. And so we're going to try this other location, and God bless you for trying. It's been a journey. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So audience of citizens on any topic? Yes. Yes, please. I'm sorry. We just have to identify who's speaking for the record. Yeah, thank you.
You hear me okay?
Yes.
Diane Naperville, 438 Savage Hill Road.
Okay.
So I wanted to talk about the dog park. So I'll say that we have a cat, a turtle, a hamster, not a dog, but we do walk the neighbor's dog every day and leashed in that very area. And personally, I don't think it really makes financial sense to add fencing back there for this. It costs, garbage cans, upkeep, bags. I just don't know. I don't see why it's needed. Of course, other opinions here. I believe it's a multi-use area for everyone in the town, paid for by everyone in the town. See young children, we see bike skateboards, we live right on the path, everyone going by. We've seen bobcat, deer, doe, bunnies. We even saw a goat coming by one day being walked. I didn't know. So I also think that there's ground nesting birds. So if it's only on 3 sides, definitely every March we hear the woodcocks coming. They nest on the ground. Knows they're at risk, of course. So there's other things too. And also I think Berlin is mostly family homes. I don't know what the percentage, but my guess would be like 95%. So people mostly have yards. Also, the area designated, it's not really near the road. You have to kind of walk in a ways so you can get to that space. It's also, I'm thinking about the traffic, more traffic, dogs. If they close the other park, my husband will talk, but he had a bad accident right there on that intersection. And actually where that crosswalk is, it's not very safe. I drive very carefully, but people are always on that crosswalk now between the parking lot and crossing. And, I always stop. Actually last week or a few days ago, a dog ran across in front of me, 2 dogs. One stopped, one ran, and I was able to stop in time. And I'll just mention that I don't think East Berlin is actually centrally located. If we're thinking of a good place for an off-leash dog park, I'm not sure it's the best location. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up, yes, sir.
Louis Hool, 438 Savage Hill Road.
How you doing?
Husband of Diane. I just wanted to echo what some of these folks said, that I think that probably could be a better choice for a place. I kind of like the idea of across the street, although, I guess there's some wildlife over there. There's a couple of, I just think it's almost like the political stuff that you guys were talking about before. I think that it's kind of been working fine. You kind of leave it the way it is. And I think tons of people out there walking their dogs and they're off leashes at the time. Like I went out there and I was watching, it was actually pretty neat. An older couple, they let their dog off the leash, I guess they're not supposed to, but kind of had his fun running around chasing the bunnies and whatnot. But, I just, everybody I think enjoys it the way it is. I don't think, and as far as finances go, if, and I know there's deficits and things of that nature, if you've got extra money to spend, I think it might be better spent like repairing the bridges that are there that are starting to fall apart, or paving the rest of the park, because I think only maybe half of it was paved originally. So I think that there's, other reasons that could be better spent, for that kind of money. So just my thoughts with that. And then obviously I don't want other, dogs coming in from out of town, whatever, they find out about this place. Oh yeah, let's just go there. And you got dogs maybe fighting with each other, who knows what. But personally, I just think it's been working well. It's a beautiful place as it is, with all the nature and all the cross country skiing, biking, skateboarding, you name it. And just think it'd be great just to leave it the way it is. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next. Yeah, Tim, and then. Yeah, different meeting. Yeah, different meeting, different topic, right?
Sure.
Yeah.
Tim Oaks, 631 Spruce Brook Road, Berlin. 2 things I want to talk about. First is the off-leash area at Pistol Creek. As has been said a few times, I don't think that Pistol Creek is the park for expansion of animals, and what goes on there is very much a pedestrian park and a bike park, and there are a lot of people. There are literally hundreds of cars of people coming to walk at that park on a regular basis, especially on the weekends. Parents bringing their kids to learn how to ride their bikes for the first time, learn how to walk for the first time, elderly couples who are trying to rehabilitate or get more mobile because it's a chance to go outside. All sorts of things. I think introducing the potential volatility of off-leash dogs can be very dangerous. People having instability issues or fear issues, not being able to support themselves, falling down, opening up the town for tremendous liability and things of that nature to deal with. Related to this issue, that park right now is a fecal mess. There are plenty of people who walk through that park and know that it's not being monitored, and they are just letting their pets go wherever. They're away from prying eyes. They just leave it and walk on. I've even seen bags that have been tossed into bushes in the back end of the park because the person just couldn't carry it for another half a mile. We obviously don't have animal control resources to go out there and enforce because that's who's supposed to do it, as I've seen it defined in our charter. Where is that money going to come from to continue to enforce this area and make sure that it's maintained so it doesn't turn into an eyesore in town? I think it definitely would make life much, much harder for Public Works to maintain the area if we were to put more impediments in the way. They always have a hard enough time going around trees and not trying to decapitate themselves with the low hanging branches. This is just going to be another area that they're going to have to take more time to get off of a big mower and use a little mower. We're going to have more equipment to purchase to bring inside the fencing, et cetera. I just think it's an area that is fraught with trouble. And as has been said, people are already taking liberties with what is legal over there. I think if we give them an area where it is truly legal, they will take even more liberties. And they will go from the parking lot to the off-leash area off the leash. And they'll hope that their dog is well behaved that day, but the day that they're not, the town is in trouble. And the poor person who gets impacted by that is also in trouble. Shifting gears a little bit, just something I wanted to bring up. Mark, you had mentioned at the end of the public hearing, the V&A costing the town money. I really haven't formulated full thought out plans on the V&A, but by the same token, we have plenty of other services in town that are cost centers to the town. They don't earn any revenue, like the police department and the fire department and the highway department. In the day we have to start paying for the plow to do my apron and things like that when the snow comes is going to be a dark day, and I'm sure it'll never come, but those are all areas, and not to mention the Board of Education, right? We all cost a lot of money to the town, but they are vital services that we provide to the town. So I would go so far as to say the V&A is a vital service, and if it is operating at a loss, then we should look at funding it better so that it operates as much of a net zero as possible. And if we need to make staffing changes or programmatic changes to do that, then that's what we do. You know, it's the same thing that happens in a lot of the other areas. If we need more teachers, we ask for more teachers. If we don't get approval for more teachers, then we don't get the more teachers. And we do it with the teachers that we have at the class sizes that we have. So that's where I am on those two.
Thank you, Tim. Thank you, Tim. Yes, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
How are you again?
I'm good. Good to see you. Dan Thurston, 16 Conlin Way. It's been a long process talking about the community and senior center for the town of Berlin. And on tonight's agenda, we're talking about the memo from the Board of Finance, and I appreciate all the work the Board of Finance put in to look at the affordability and how this would impact the town. It was good to see in the Board of Finance memo that their conclusions and some of the things that they came across were very closely related to things that were discussed in the commission, and in the commission that's been working for the last year to look into this project. I had a couple of concerns. There's just some things that I was hoping to implore the council to think about as you start to take your next steps forward. This whole project started from statements of needs from the Commission on Aging and the Parks and Rec Commission. It was identified as a need for the seniors in the town of Berlin, and for the Parks and Rec Commission in the town of Berlin, and built from there. Commission found that there were, in the original design, there were some liberties that were taken a little past that statement of need, but that's where it started from. And I think it's important to remember that that's where it started from, and that's what the project is supposed to do, is address those needs for the Commission on Aging and for the Parks and Rec Commission. I'm a little concerned about some of the perception and media coverage of this project. There have been a few informational sessions that have happened talking and asking for input from the town people. And it's not necessarily what's reflected in commentary that comes out in the Berlin Citizen, for example. We had 2 informational sessions at the senior center talking about this project and getting input from the town about what we wanted. And then the article in the Citizen talked about a 72,000 square foot facility that was too expensive and that the Y was really the option to go to. I'll get back to that in a minute, but I think it's important to really put effort into getting information out to the public about this. And I know that's something that we've been working on, just continuing to put some importance to that. Bullet 5 in the Board of Finance memo, something that was discussed at length at least the informational meeting that I went to at the senior center. And that was the idea that there should be or that this commission that's been working for the last year looked into ways to make this project more efficient. Look into things that were above and beyond the statements of need, and look for ways to make it work for the town of Berlin and serve those 2 statements of need. The Board of Finance recommended or asked the question, is there a possible redesign for 30 to 40,000 square feet instead of 72,000 square feet? That would be something that's more affordable to the town and matches what the town needs, and also something that would make more sense financially. I know that's something that came up in those informational sessions. I was just imploring the town council to not abandon that thread. Looking at the Y and talking to the Y about options. Obviously, all options to fulfill those needs, I think, are important. But continuing to build on that work of the commission to look at ways to make this work for the town, I think, is important. And then the last 2 things, I swear. For the Y option, I think it's important to get it out to the people in the town of Berlin that the Y option does not address the needs that the senior center has put forward as far as growth, improvements, etc. The town voted down improvements on the senior center just a few years ago. If we go with the YMCA option, I think we need to be transparent with the town people that there's going to be another project to improve the senior center that we're going to pay for down the road. So it's not that it's just going to be magically taken care of, that is part of the cost. And then finally, I've been listening to my father talk about this project for 30 years. I know some town council members have heard him talk about it for the last year. I've been listening to him for 30 years. I get it. It's been a long time. And this is the closest we've gotten to a point where we have an idea of what the people want, what the people need, and we can possibly get the voice of the people in on it. Just implore the town council to keep pushing this to a place where the townspeople can have their vote heard on this, on both the decision to both the Y option and this possibly more affordable or like 30 to 40,000 square foot option facility. Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Dan. Yes, sir. Peter.
Zaragoza, 158 Elwood Road. I just wanted to take a quick moment to thank Jack Pizzino, Donna Veach, Charlie Paonessa, and Mayor Mark for coming out to the Juneteenth event at the library. I'd also like to thank the Historical Society and the library for assisting in the hosting of that, and for Mayor Mark speaking at that event. In regards to the Pistol Creek proposal, I think we need to examine why we're doing this dog park. And if the intent is to try to divert the individuals who utilize Bicentennial to this park, I just don't think that that's going to happen. I think that the users of the park at Bicentennial are still going to continue to use it in the capacity that they do. And I don't think it's really going to lure them to this location. Furthermore, if we're going to put up a park like that and do fencing, we got to encapsulate it. You have to have it fenced on all sides. It's a lot more money, but if you're going to do something, you have to do it right. But in my opinion, I think we should just save the money and let bygones be bygones, because I don't know if there is a great demand for this park or if this is just kind of a way to say, hey, users of Bicentennial who go off leash, maybe you'll go here. And I, in my heart of hearts, it's just not going to happen. And I think we're going to waste a lot of money with this proposal. In terms of locations, that's a tough one. We've gone over it ad nauseum. A couple Facebook comments recommended putting it at the mayor's house. I don't know if you have a big enough yard for that, but
Sure, come on over.
sure.
Come on over.
But jokes aside, I just think this issue is getting a little
I'm
overblown.
gonna fence them in though when they come. I'm
Yes,
telling you that.
you have to pay for the fencing.
Yeah, sure, no problem. My big salary for the mayor, I'll pay for it.
Oh, sure, there you go. But in regards to bicentennial access at Wine-Sap, as I always say, if the extension is not going to be extended, if off leash isn't going to be allowed there, because that's a lot of primary users, and I know that the residents of that area complain about having people present there. I do think that the 2-hour limit parking sign should be removed, seeing as, assuming traffic would be reduced, along with the no parking signs along Wine-Sap. I mean, I recall at the last meeting, one of the residents complaining that they couldn't park in front of their own house. So if it is going to be enforced that you can't have your dogs off leash at Bicentennial, I would just say that we should continue to promote access there by removing the parking limits and parking signs there so that the public can utilize a public asset. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mayor, you do have somebody.
Yes, online, please, yes.
Heather Wagner, you're on.
Thank you. Oh,
There we are. Hello. How
really
you
back
doing?
there. Hi.
Yeah.
Yes, I'm Heather Wagner. I live at 203 Circlewood Drive, and I'll just be brief in my words against the dog park at Pistol Creek. As a avid user of the trails there, I have been very comfortable with dogs being on leash, and even though it has been the rule thus far, it is quite common to find animals off leash. As someone over the years, not at Pistol Creek in particular, but being a runner and a cyclist and having dogs chase and having dogs approach and having dogs nip and even being bitten years ago, I'm completely comfortable around the dogs when they're on leash, but quite uncomfortable when they're not. And I'm a relatively able-bodied woman who can run and escape, but I don't think that's the case for all of the users, and I don't think it's wise to put people at that kind of risk. I understand about the fence, but I also, when it's already being abused, I'm guessing that if there's an off-leash area, I'm really questioning whether or not people will leash to the off-leash area and back. And I just think that it's taking a resource that so many people have been using and enjoying for years and potentially making it inaccessible or unpleasant for many people who have really enjoyed it over the years. So thank you so much for allowing me to speak, and I
right,
appreciate your time.
Thank you. Anyone else online? Kate, while we're in our online mode?
Is there anyone else on the Zoom that would like to speak? It's all set right now, Mayor.
All set? Anyone else in person? No? One going once, going twice? What? All right, so we're gonna close our audience of citizens and move on to our agenda. So there's the mayor's update. I think in light of the time tonight, we've gone over a lot of issues for the town. The only thing I do want to say is I wish our officer Peggy Kennedy quick recovery. Thank God she had a motor vehicle accident the other night. No other vehicles involved. No one else was involved. She, quite severe damage to the vehicle, but not any real severe damage to herself, which is what we want to hear. And she's recovering, and we wish her a quick recovery and back to the job. So we are now we're going to go through to our consent agenda. We have 6 items on there. Generally, most of them are accepting some donations and a couple of approvals. We'll take them all as well. I'll just read through them quickly. Topic 1 is accepting monetary donations totaling $1,881 for the Berlin Memorial Library, and it's going to go to their library agency account to purchase books. And there's a couple other donations that are in that particular topic. Second is approve Berlin Youth Football and cheerleading to sell food and beverages at their home football games at Scalise Football Field, Sage Park for the 2022 season. 3 is approve waiving the police security and traffic control fees in the amount of $2,071 for boxes to boots, which takes place on Saturday, November 5th. Number 4, transfer $121,200 as detailed on the accompanying spreadsheet to cover higher than budgeted expenditures and identified accounts. Number 5, accept the donation of $50 from the Martinez family for the fire department's programs account. And number 6, accept donations to the Berlin Animal Control donation account for $80 and supplies valued at $1,688. That's our consent agenda. Council members, you've reviewed it. If there's any questions or comments, now would be the time. If not, we'll go ahead and take a motion on our consent agenda.
Okay, Mr. Mayor, I'll make a motion to accept those 6 items on the consent agenda tonight.
Thank you. Second on that?
Second.
Thank you. Any comments or questions from the council further? Hearing none, vote on the motion. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? All right, so moved. Okay, on to new business.
Right, thank you. Good evening, everyone. The first item on the agenda, I pulled this out of consent. This is the request from the Berlin Lions for the fee waiver, annual fee waiver for the fair. Normally it's held on Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. This year, the Lions are planning to open on Thursday as well. But I have informed them that we had not planned for that overtime, and it has to do with the union contract as well as how police officers are paid. And I reached out to the Berlin Lions, and they're fine with it. They're comfortable, and they know that the request will be only for 3 days, fee waiver.
Great.
So in addition to that, we had also asked them to submit the donations they make to the town, and it's attached in the back of your package there. It's $123,731 over 3 years. So that gives you a sense of how much they donate to the town charities and what those charities are. What the motion here is to ask the council to waive the police traffic control fees for Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. Last year, we spent $27,393. But the number will be different this one, but we're asking you to waive the fees that would cover only Friday through Sunday.
Okay, thanks, Roche. Yeah, they came to us last minute. Their good news is they're going to open the fair early on Thursday. I think 4 o'clock, do I hear? I know they have the demo derby in the evening. They've had that for a couple of years, but I think they're going to open the full fair. I think, what, $1 admission? No, none of that. Okay, sorry. I saw that somewhere written, so. But 4 o'clock, right? You're gonna open? That's great. So, yeah, no, we know the Lions Club. I mean, they have been around forever, and of course, a great town charity and contribute a lot. So we are happy to waive the Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. And unfortunately, the Thursday one came late, and it is actually a union contract issue too. So we would need to work through that for the future. So and you guys were very reasonable for that and understood the issue with it. So we thank you for putting on the fair this year again and getting back to normal, which is great. And so with that, we'll go ahead and take a motion.
Sure thing. I move to approve waiving the police traffic control fees for the Berlin Lions Club 2022 Berlin Fair and the approximate amount of $27,393, or the amount that is needed to cover the police traffic controls fees Friday through Sunday.
Thank you. Second on that?
Second.
Any other comments or questions?
Mayor, I just
Yes,
wanna-
yes, sir.
I think it's great what the Lions do for the town and all the donations they make. They're a great organization. And I'd like to thank the firemen that donate all their time to help make the fire work. They do a great job too.
Okay, that's good. It's all good. The town can't run without all the volunteers, from the clubs to the commissions to everyone. So we certainly, a town run by volunteers, including all our charities. So it's all good. There's no other comments. We'll go ahead and vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? All right, so moved.
Great, thank you.
Thank you.
Agenda item number 2.
Thank you. See you guys soon.
Is the recommendations back to the Charter Revision Commission. You heard from the public today. You have 15 days from this hearing to submit your recommendations to the Charter Revision Commission. And technically do it next week.
The next meeting?
Yeah.
Yes, I think in light of our time spent tonight, being almost 9 o'clock and we still have most of our agenda left.
Right.
I think we're gonna, we'll put it on the agenda for July 26th, right, is our meeting?
Yeah.
And then we'll, right?
I didn't think you want to just submit it as is, so.
Yeah, but I mean, I think it's worth, certainly with the comments, certainly I want to take those in and review those and look at, you know, what we've been sent from the Charter Review Commission. We'll take a little time to digest it for the next 2 weeks, and then we'll could talk about it the next meeting and hopefully make some decisions and then send it back to the Charter Review Commission, which will then make their, and everyone recognizes that the Charter Review Commission has full authority to do what they want to do with it. They can listen to our recommendations or not, change things or not. And then they will formulate the questions, whatever the topics may be. And that will go obviously to the voters in November, no matter what is on there. So just remember, the voters have the final say, always do. So that's the good thing about how our democracy works. So yeah, so if that's okay, you guys all right with that?
May I just ask a quick procedural question on
Sure.
how exactly that works? So when we review the submission from the Charter Revision Commission, are we going to look at each individual revision one by one and vote accordingly?
We can. Well, we'll probably will look at all of them.
I think, yeah,
There's a,
the most sense, I guess.
yeah, we can do that. There's a lot in there. More, I mean, you know,
Right.
obviously the hot topics were discussed tonight, understandable, but there's a lot of other things we should take a quick. look
Right,
at
especially
as
the
before.
hyper-technical ones that
Yeah.
maybe didn't get the attention that
Yeah.
some of the larger issues did tonight.
That's why I don't want to do it tonight. I want to wait. So we
Of
get some more
course,
time,
course.
you know, for the next meeting, rather than rush through it. So we good with, everyone's good with that? All right, so we'll go ahead and just take no action on that tonight and put it on the,
Mayor, I
Yes.
just want to make sure that everybody knows that these, it will come back to you on September 8th
Yes.
to approve the question.
the questions when they are
All right,
formulated.
so that everybody understands that you have to vote to approve the questions, and then I send it to Secretary of State for final approval. Right, so that they will be on the ballot.
Thank you, Kate, for always keeping us
If the council
straight and
doesn't,
narrow.
if the council doesn't approve the questions, does it go back to the Charter Review Commission, or can the council set the
No, I
question?
think that council have to, if they don't approve the questions, that's an issue. Because you're only approving, you only have that day, that's September 6th. They have to go, you have no longer than September 8th. So if there's a serious question, I guess you could have a special meeting.
I'm just trying to understand the procedure.
Yeah. But by that point, it's kind of, what the council, I would say, has a choice is if the Charter Revision says that they want to have a question on the capital lease agreement, and the council decides it's not that important and there're getting to be too many questions, I would say that they have the choice not to put that forth as a question.
Well, it's a little bit complicated because by statute, the Charter Revision Commission decides what the questions are. And the council, as legislative body, votes on the questions to be put on the ballot. And as Kate indicated, that has to be to the Secretary of State's office 2 months before the election. So it's really kind of a perfunctory vote because you don't get to decide the scope of the charter revision and you don't get to decide what the questions are. If you have a problem with the questions and you want to have a conversation with the Charter Revision Commission and you want to schedule a joint meeting, have at it. But, you know, in terms of saying, you know, we don't like the questions that the Charter Revision Commission came up with, well, that ship has sailed.
So in light of that, 'cause I'm sure everything that can go wrong will go wrong, but no, I don't think so. Just, because we're off on August, the council, everyone's kind of off in August for the town boards and commissions, but I think not all of them, but I know the council is. So if we send them back on the 26th, or we send whatever topics back, they formulate, I assume they will have meetings in August. Lucky you, Charlie, and the rest of the commission. And perhaps, if we had somehow to take a look at the questions, before they come back on the 6th, so we would, if we wanted to ask them to change something, I guess we could, have a special combined meeting to just, because I see what could go wrong, obviously, things come back on the 6th and.
Well, by statute, you have to, within 15 days of today, which puts us at July 27th.
Right. So we'll send it
Day
back.
after your next council meeting on the 26th, you have to send your recommendations.
Yes, back.
So if there's items that you want to change in the draft charter that
Now's
was
the
the
time.
subject of the public hearing, you send those recommended changes to the Charter Revision Commission on the 27th.
Right.
They will then have meetings where they will consider your recommendations and either accept or reject some or all of them. And then they will develop questions. And, we'll try to do that in early August.
Right. So, and that's the thing I'm, just not worried about, but just if we want, once they develop the questions, if we just have some further advice, we might want to give them on how they formulated the questions. I know they're doing it with, yourself and
You
obviously.
can have a joint meeting if you want.
Yeah, all right. I mean, we'll just keep that in mind. We'll try and we'll communicate with the charter review, just, because I don't think we want to have happened what happened last time where we had the catch-all question, which had so many items in it that it just was probably too much for the voters to read through in the at the ballot box. So, but I know they're all mindful of that. Charlie obviously has been here a long time, longer than me, so he's been through it. So just to, make sure I think that how the questions are formulated at whatever issues they are is important. So we can keep that open if we need to have a joint meeting, Charlie, we'll keep in touch somewhat and, I know you guys are gonna do what you're gonna do and that's certainly within your authority, but if we wanted to add, give you some additional recommendations before they come to us on the 6th, we'll keep that option open, I guess.
Okay.
Look, if you have specific ideas as a council, when you meet on July 26th,
Yes.
not only about recommended changes, but also about what you'd like to see for questions,
Correct.
by all means,
We'll do it then.
address it that night. so
Yeah,
that
agreed.
Before the drafting begins, we know what those are.
Yeah, no, I mean, we'll do that. It's just.
Prior to the September review
Yes.
question?
Yes,
Okay.
yeah. So, I mean, I just want to make sure if we needed a second bite at the apple in August, potentially, if we needed it, hopefully we do not need it and we'll take care of it next week.
Look at the charter and come up with any ideas for our next council meeting.
Yes,
So
correct. So we can
Review
get that.
commission has something to work with. too.
Yeah.
And if you have a way to formulate the questions, I would appreciate any input. So the more ideas we have, the easier it'll be to work it out.
Yeah, agreed. Yeah, no, we're all on the same page. We just want to make sure we, and time is short and of the essence, we know. So, yeah, okay.
You
So,
wanna Be cautious as far as the wording
yes,
and how wordy it gets.
yes, agreed.
You don't have, think of that,
Oh, I know.
we've seen
Keep it
enough
simple.
questions on ballots and everything.
Yes,
There's certain criteria, has to begin with shall, has to be in quotes, has to be yes or no. Can't be a maybe, can't be, we do this.
yes, no, maybe.
Right.
That's
It's a
good.
yes
Yeah,
or no,
Mhm.
all right, and there will be
We get it.
a constitutional question first.
right. The state,
So
yeah,
Not number one.
right.
You're gonna be number.
Darn it.
two through.
It's hard Berlin to take. We're not number one. We don't like to hear that, but we get it.
But also keep in mind that there'll be an opportunity for explanatory text
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
so that people can see before they vote more detail about the issue.
Yeah, which is really important. Obviously, that's probably the most important part that gets out there to most of the folks that we can,
And
they can.
that's, Corporation Council is totally correct. Usually that's, town clerk's office that does that.
Okay.
I'm breaking out in a rash.
Thinking about it.
But,
I'm here in
I know
August.
Corporation Council will help me, but it will be, think about that too.
Yes.
And that's part of your, motion, is that
Right.
you have to direct my office to create that explanatory text.
Oh,
And I'll
okay.
have it on the agenda.
Okay.
'Cause
All right.
It's not mandated that you have
Right.
it, but I know that you.
That would be at the September 6th meeting? Okay. Well, and you will remind us as you prepare that agenda.
Unless I get another. one.
Remind me when you send it to me that, please put that in there. Yeah.
I
okay.
will. It will be all set.
All right. Thank you. All right. So,
One last question, I'm sorry.
Sure.
Mayor, Mark. All right, so if we have a special session in August,
if we do,
if we do,
that's an if.
big if,
Yes.
what is the overall, what would we try to achieve by calling a joint session with the Charter Revision Commission?
We don't really have the answer to that yet.
Yeah.
That's just a maybe if we need it. I'm hoping we do not need it. We've, gotten enough direction tonight, and we'll get direction at our meeting on the 26th to be able to, send back what we want to send back in the form of recommendations, whether it's the the topics or the questions,
Right.
and let the Charter Review Commission do their work, right? And
Right.
then if for some reason,
We'll set the
we
purpose. if
decide,
it's
yeah,
called.
I mean,
Okay.
I just want to make sure we have that opportunity if we need it. I'm hoping we don't need it, but,
Right,
again, things always seem to come up that we need to talk again, which is okay. All right, we good? So we'll move on to item 3.
My favorite topic. Agenda item number 3
Yes.
is the discussion of the proposed lease-free area.
Fun topic.
All right, so I think about a month ago, when we met, we heard from the public, right? And there were some notes here. There were 3 areas that they had concern. One was there was no fence. So this one here, we are addressing that with a fence, a chain link fence, that once you're in, you won't be able to get out. Well, you can, but the dogs won't be able to creep from underneath, right? The second one was the handicap walkway. The initial plan wanted to take the entire fairway. And once you park in that handicap parking lot, you have kept the entire walkway outside of the leash-free area. And the fence will be at least 20 feet or so away from that path. The third one was the cross-country team. They needed more than they want to go through the actual walkway. But also, they needed gathering space before they started the race. And we moved up the fence further away from the parking lot to accommodate that. So probably maybe a couple of weeks ago, myself, you, Mayor, Chair of the Parks and Rec, cross-country coach from McGee Middle School, Steve Woods here, Superintendent of Parks and Rec, and then Mary Catherine Rose, thank you for accommodating us on a wonderful walk that evening. Walked around Pistol Creek, and we looked at all the other options that people talked about. And we collectively agreed on this spot. It's about 50,000 square feet. Between Berlin and Middletown, there are 18 fairways, and this one is 1/4 of one fairway, if you look at it. Okay. So we have heard everything, like a lot of the times people say, this is not a good location, not in my backyard, find another place. And every place we go, there's some group saying, not here, somewhere else, right? One of the options we looked at on the east side, there was another suitable location.
Yeah, folks, we've got the map over there to.
In there. There are joining houses. So that's another one that we heard the other time, that we don't want any houses adjacent to lease-free area. So I think this accommodates that as well. The one at the end of Winesap, it's a residential area. If you're living there, it's a nightmare. People come and park all over the place. I've had residents come in and complain pretty much every year about that. this has a location, a parking lot. It is not in a residential area. You could park and walk. You can talk about putting another walkway if it's not that safe. I think that addresses that question as well. I've also heard from some folks who have mobility issues who can actually go to Bicentennial Park or a leash-free area. This will actually accommodate those folks as well, who can actually take their dog around the handicap park walkway and use the leash-free area. So now, if there are other locations, and again, speaking with the Conservation Commission, none of the open space is available to accommodate a leash-free area. And what I would strongly recommend is for you to think about it and try it. Try it for a year or two. If you don't like it, find another location. This ends this July 31st, the moratorium that you, the council, granted for 6 months at Bicentennial Park ends. You don't have another location, all dogs will have to be on a leash on this town. There is no leash free, and we will enforce it. Last 6 months, we've been very having a different type of a education process. Whenever the animal control officers are available, they are outside, they're giving the ordinance to the people, say this is what you have to do. But the clock's ticking. And then after that, we'll have to start enforcing, and we will actually get the assistance of the PD as well.
Yes, that's a good summary of, and you know, for those of you who don't have the benefit of the time frame, we've looked at this now for a couple of years, but this all goes back many, many years of Bicentennial. It's, you know, just in 30 seconds or less, if I can just summarize it. So the funds that were used to purchase Bicentennial, and of course, they're under the purview of the Conservation Commission, which doesn't give us the direct authority over that park. We looked, when I was on planning and zoning years ago, we tried to put a parking lot there at the end of that cul-de-sac, but it was aquifer and you can't put a parking lot there. And of course, it wasn't approved by the Conservation Commission. And we don't, I saw some comments or some questions online and some emails I got. We can't start overriding our commissions either that have authority over certain things in town. It would be like if planning and zoning decided against the development and it came to the council and we said, no, we don't care what planning and zoning said, we're going to do it. So, we have to be very cautious of doing that. We have to act within our authority. So, we looked at even different places in Bicentennial, and we really, there was issues at every one of them. So hence we did look at Pistol Creek. Pistol Creek owned by the town. How many acres is Pistol Creek? Do we know the acreage? Any ballpark, Woody? 48 acres. Well, so let's call it even 50. So we have a little bit more than 1 acre we're talking about out of 50 acres. And believe me, we've looked at this now option for quite a while. We've walked around, looked at across the road, as was mentioned tonight. We just have tried to find the most ideal area. Most towns around us have an off-leash area in their towns. Cromwell, Rocky Hill, the ones I'm most familiar with, but all around the state. Stamford had one. Fenced in. Some are bigger than this one, some are smaller than this one. Downstate and Fairfield, there's bigger ones, there's smaller ones. And we had the track coach involved. We talked to folks that use the park, heard from you folks tonight, and at many ordinance committee meetings. So we thought long and hard and really tried to get this accomplished. And I guess I don't walk there often, but this seemed to be, we're not the ideal location. We're not, if there is an ideal location. The parking lot's across the street. We have handicap parking by it. We haven't closed off any of the paths, which was concerning to us, certainly the handicapped accessible path. We don't want to do that. We kind of pushed the fence over with the track team comments and have tried to do everything possible to make it as less intrusive on the park and on the area. Hence, there was one location that was talked about further over next to the homes. We didn't want to be next to the home, so we pushed that over. Is it marked out now? Is the okay? So tonight, really, I think now that it's marked out, go take a, maybe I would urge all the council members on their own, we don't want an unofficial meeting there, to walk around and just see it, please, residents, everyone that is interested in it, go look at it. And we'll put it on our next, since we're getting to the end of the month, put it on our next agenda to have some more discussion, once we all see it. I'm not sure everyone has seen it on the council either. So we're really trying to work it out. You know, the dogs are walking there anyway on leash. I understand some are off leash. That's an enforcement problem, which we certainly need to work on. And the only place in the whole town, if this were to be approved, nothing's approved yet, would be, you know, that area, which would be fenced in. You'd have to open a gate to get in it and then close it behind you. Understandable, up to people to close the gate behind them, but I think most of the dog owners are fairly responsible, and there was a concern mentioned about dog bites. So we looked at this issue closely at the ordinance committee of the council for probably 2 years on that. And the only, I find it kind of interesting that some people had mentioned, well, let the dogs stay in their yard. Well, the only dog bites, serious dog bites that the town has, you know, has had issue with have been from people's yards, that they ran out on a sidewalk and bit somebody, or ran into a neighbor's yard and bit somebody seriously. We've had a couple of those. We cannot find any police report, anything, and we look high and low at Bicentennial Park. As long as that's been there, any reported dog bites, I don't believe, so that we could find. And that is going back many years. There's not enough parking on the cul-de-sac, and I said we can't do a parking lot. So it just, you know, we had to look at something else. We looked at different areas of town, and this is, you know, kind of our probably final one that seems to disturb most people the least. And again, it will not change the use of that park. No paths are closed, and we're trying to make it work. And again, they will be within a fence, as Arosh mentioned. That was one of the big issues, and understandable. You know, most of these, almost everywhere, are fenced, larger and smaller than this. And every town I've ever lived in, including out in California, same thing. They're usually fenced. So anyway, look at the area, walk it, please. Council members, please do it, and we'll come back next time and discuss it and see what we could do. Yes, absolutely.
I've got one question. If I recall correctly, and I could be wrong, there's a stop sign near, let's see, where the Savage Hill Road connection
Spruce
is
Brook,
there
yeah.
at the end of Spruce Brook. Is there, and I don't think there is there any stop sign from getting from that parking lot across the street over to being?
No, and I think we,
Do something?
yeah, I think,
It's really,
agreed.
I think we need to have some sort of a stop sign, flashing, something.
Yep.
where So that people are not zipping by and. hitting
Right,
people
because
and
there's
everything.
one crosswalk, right? Isn't there a crosswalk further down? Two crosswalks there? I'm asking Woody.
Put another one.
We could put another sign, another cross, you know, we can,
There's no stop sign there, right? There's nothing.
yeah. Oh, we'll make him come up. Oh, let's make him come up. Why not? Oh, too bad, Woody.
Wait, it's not his fault.
Stephen Wood.
Yeah, I
Of
know.
all the meetings.
We'll get there in
speak
2
from the
hours.
audience.
We're gonna push those to 14 and
You
15.
never should have come tonight. No, I'm just kidding. So, no, we're glad you're here. So,
Yes, we painted the second crosswalk last Wednesday or Thursday out there that connects it from the handicap parking spot over to where the pump house is.
Okay. So I think if we should personally.
some more traffic safety, and we could let maybe the PD traffic division look at it.
Look at
Yeah.
it, see what they think.
The
Especially if there's
Police
gonna-
commission?
gonna have an increase of.
Police commission,
traffic, foot traffic, people, animals.
So yeah, we'll do that as well. Just and maybe if it's I don't know if it's possible to ask the police commission. I think they have a meeting coming up next week, and the traffic officer, just to look at it and just give us some other thoughts on that for our July 26th meeting. That would be helpful. Thanks, Woody. Don't go too far, Woody.
Yeah, where are you going?
May I ask 2 questions? Just
Yes, absolutely, absolutely.
So as far as the buffer goes between, I see this house on the corner of Savage Hill Road and Spruce Brook Road.
Yes.
I measured it loosely based on the measurement guide in the map, but is there any calculation as to how large that buffer zone is between the entrance and that house?
Well, I mean, I think there's, so, yeah, because you get there's two more lots there, right? So you're talking about the last
Right,
house next.
right, yeah, this area in between.
Yeah, the next lot there, that last lot,
there are
which I think
houses.
is built on already, right? They just built the house on it,
Yeah.
I believe.
Oh, there's two additional houses now on.
On
yes,
those
lots
two lots, right?
Spruce Brook.
Yeah, that touch that are next to
Talking
the,
about this distance right here.
Yes.
Well, they should, you don't see a house in there now, but.
yes, well,
Yeah, there are houses.
what? Yes. Well,
There
let's
are
hold
hou-
off.
I can guarantee you it's less than what you have on Winesap.
Right.
Yeah.
And then with respect to this proposal that was offered at the audience of citizens, are there any, I see that the area behind the clubhouse is adjacent to Middletown.
Correct.
I think that was an issue we had contemplated last time,
Yes.
but was that area reviewed when you did the walkthrough
Well,
through?
we
Pistol
were,
Creek?
yeah, we're aware of that area. I mean, we're concerned about a budding property owner being Middletown, just because we'd have to then deal with the city of Middletown, which is, I mean, I guess we could do it with our fellow city, but, and then I think there is a camp there, right, I believe.
Drain that way too, isn't it?
I think somewhat, but hang on, Maria, let go, come on.
Come on
I
down.
knew you shouldn't have left.
Just
would.
warming up, Woody.
That whole area.
Come on down, but there's no prize money.
Yeah, yeah, you get nothing.
This is one of those free nights.
Yeah.
Just one of them.
So the area across the street where the clubhouse is,
Yes.
that area was ruled out because there is a summer camp there that starts right when
Yeah.
school gets out.
Okay.
So right around August 22nd,
Okay.
it hosts anywhere between 80 and 100 kids every day. We
Okay.
did not think it was safe to have pedestrians, dogs, leashed, unleashed, walking through the area where all of our children are.
Okay, I thought that was an issue.
Yeah,
Right.
see, there's a path, that pump out, wherever the pump house is, it basically winds around there. Okay.
We also looked across the street, across Atkins Street, right? We took a walk over there and hoped that was away from everybody, but that was a very challenging piece of property with a big dip in the middle, and that would, talk about costing money, that would cost probably millions of dollars to fix that. So, that's where we ended up for now. Again, no final decisions yet, but we're getting close. So, yeah, let's take a look. Take a look at it, see if we can envision it, and we'll see. Okay. Thank you, everybody,
Thank you.
for your input.
So let's move on.
Yes.
Item number 4,
Yes.
which is the discussion of the memorandum from the Board of Finance Chair, Mr. Fortinaro is here.
Yes.
Council send the Senior Center Community Center report to the Board of Finance. They had a robust discussion and
Mr. Bordnero is here.
and he finished the Board of Finance meeting and he's just in time or a little bit.
Well, I think he might have finished a long time ago. We're glad he could stay late with us. Thank you, Mr. Bordnero. I'm sure you had nothing to do at home or go home or anything. Glad you could join us.
Thank you. My meetings don't last this long.
Maybe we need to take some lessons. We'll work on it.
Come down and visit anytime you want. So our June 14th Board of Finance meeting, we asked our Board of Finance members to comment regarding senior center proposal.
And we had sent it to you for an advisory.
After reviewing, the committee report and the public forum presentation, our members made some comments. As a result of those comments, I put a letter together to the town council and the mayor with a copy to the town manager discussing the points that were made. So I can go through every point. I mean, a lot of it is things that have been brought up, during the presentations or whatever. But I'll start with each point, and then at the end, if there's any questions, feel free to ask. Regarding the first item, one of the things that the Board of Finance has done the last couple of years, even through our, that you well know during our budget discussions is that didn't want any more new debt, okay? Currently, our debt level is beyond what is, average for a town our size. You know, we're around 80 million. I think by the end of this fiscal year, we're going to be around $73 million. But that's twice the amount that's normal for a town our size. Adding another 40 to $50 million of debt is just, you know, just too much. Our members are not, Board of Finance members are not in favor of adding 40 or $50 million more debt associated with this project. It's not that we don't want this project, but back a few years back, we were over $100 million in debt, which is almost 3 times the debt level of a town our size. So our whole focus, our whole priority for the Board of Finance was how do we reduce this debt? And we've been doing pretty good, you know, but we're still not at the level that we need to be. And therefore, adding another 40 or $50 million of debt is, we're not really in favor of that. It will provide less financial flexibility, less allocations to deal with, you know, funding our capital assets in town and upgrading them. So that's the first area that we have a concern. We also, on item 2, we have over $300 million in capital assets that we have to maintain, upgrade, replace equipment. As a result of, you know, trying to limit the tax rates, we haven't allocated enough funds to deal with some of the capital improvements associated with the $300 million of capital assets. So we believe the priorities have to be to look towards those assets, not bring in a very expensive capital asset, you know, like the community center. On page 20 of the actual committee report, it does show some of the capital improvements that we need for the current existing assets. And we're talking about $1.2 million for town hall roof, library roof, $1.2 million. Although we're going to include some relief funds for the HVAC systems for the schools, about $5 million, that project could be $10 to $15 million when we're done with it. We have window replacements at our schools. These are like averaging, you know, $5 or $6, $7 million a year. We have to allocate to deal with existing capital assets. On top of that, we all talked about upgrading the police station. We all know that there's upgrades required. We know that the female officers don't even have enough there's not enough locker rooms for our female officers. So our focus is really, our attention should be on the capital assets that we have today. The third item basically goes hand in hand with the second item, that we know that we're going to have to authorize new debt for some of the, you know, existing capital asset improvements. So that really goes in hand with item 2. And item 4, again, you know, we're talking, you know, it's a very expensive project. We're talking a potential 2 to 3 mill rate increase with this project. Knowing the current economic conditions, that we're talking about recessions in the next 12 to 24 months. Now, this is not something that, you know, the town could afford. But even forgetting the economic conditions, I'm not sure our citizens would be, you know, happy with a 2 to 3 mill rate increase or 9% increase in their taxes associated with such an expensive project. So I hear you that, you know, people want a community center, but when you put the tax bill out there and say 9% tax increase, I think in general, the community is not going to be in favor of it. The other item is not as a non-financial one, but as Dan said it earlier, a 72,000 square foot facility. I mean, most of the facilities that you guys looked at were in the 30 to 40,000 square foot range. I just think that it's just too large. It's too big of a facility. So, you know, if you could downsize it and look at a more affordable solution, you could look at it from that perspective. But it's really a huge facility compared to the other facilities that you compared it to. So with all those 5 comments, okay, our total, all our members in the Board of Finance basically consented that we should not move forward with this proposed senior center package. Finally, we didn't look at the YMCA only because we feel that we really don't have a business proposal per se. you know, without looking at any meat or content associated with the YMCA, it's hard to really say, is it a good solution or whatever. We focused on the proposed solution for the current. So with that, are there any questions?
So first of all, thank you for taking the time to give us this opinion. We appreciate it. And the council now is really in the, still, we have all the information from our, community center committee that we have put together. So we're still getting through that. That's a lot of info. We've had, a couple public meetings where we've gotten comments from the members of the public. We have the Board of Finance comments. So we're still, we have to deliberate some more. We have to talk this thing out. And I agree with you, Sal, that we need to, I know the Y spoke briefly to the committee there that was looking at it for us, but we need to get some more. I think the council will bring them here at some point in the near future to give us some type of proposal. And listen, even if they're still interested, I don't know. The last time they made a proposal, we were looking at, 30%, 20%, 30% construction cost increases and, no availability for products. And building materials are very hard to get now. And it's a whole different atmosphere from even 3 months ago. So, we got to see if they're even interested, but that's just another, and then we can have an intelligent discussion about what to do, on the council, right? So.
Sal, I just had a question
Yeah.
too. I don't know how much discussion you guys had, that if we do reduce this scope, say we make it like half the size of the proposed building, there's still any kind of, pushback or a feeling of like, well, we just have to run the numbers and see what it looks like, or maybe something that you could consider?
Well, I mean, we're gonna look at it, okay? But I know that there's certain members in our group that even a $20 million project, adding that kind of depth is still a challenge.
Right.
Seriously, I mean, with the level of debt we have today, and the priorities that we need to sustain our existing capital assets, it's a challenge.
Right. And I do agree with you, Mark, that the YMCA, when they came to talk to the commission, actually probably made more questions than answered questions.
Yeah, oh yeah.
A
we
lot
need
of things that they need to
Sure.
figure out, I think, between now and then.
Yeah.
It's good that we should talk to them.
Oh, yeah.
So Sal, if I can ask you a question. Thank you, by the way. This is huge. We appreciate everything that you guys have done. Can you tell me, was this a unanimous decision that was made by your finance board in terms of, the outcome here?
Yes, I mean, we all, I mean, all these facts that I presented and these points were all agreed upon by all our members.
Just want to be clear with that. Thank you.
Sal, thanks for coming out and sticking it out with us for so long. So in terms of the downsizing option, has Kevin run financials as far as what a $20 million facility would run the town for a mill rate increase, 30 million versus the current proposed mill rate as it relates to a $70 million facility? Or have we not gotten that far yet?
We haven't gotten, I
Okay.
mean, our meeting was really to review, the existing.
The
committee
efficacy of the
report.
current proposal,
And
right?
so
I see.
that's just a start for us, and based on what we see, these are the points that our team members recommended.
Kevin did run some numbers for different values that was included in the packet, I believe. I don't know if he went down as low as 20 million.
I mean, I would think reduce it by half. It's
Yeah.
half of
Mm.
what's in here.
But-
The number increase is not zero.
We don't know. The problem is we don't know what that number is now, because when we have a projection of, I think, almost 40 million, if I go back to last year sometime in the first public meeting from the architect, we were at 38 million plus. That's before the 20%, 30% inflation, construction costs have gone up, and the 9% inflation we're dealing with. So I would imagine we're easily closer to 50 million, probably over. And you know what? And looking at construction projects at the place I work, you can't even get HVAC equipment. You can't even get this stuff for a year out. I mean, you got to order it a year out. So very challenging new construction times for everybody, but something to look at, Jack, no doubt. And just, we gotta look at every angle. It's difficult, it's a difficult thing.
The only thing I have to say about number 5, and these questions came up, but the committee's purview was to study and get information based on what our charges were. And really, if you want to go down this route, then the town council's got to send a request to those 2 commissions to maybe sit together and revise and resubmit their statement of need with the architect and the building committee, because that wasn't our job to reduce the size of the building. There was lessons learned about combined spaces and overlap of spaces between the 2 commissions than when you walk the buildings, and one of the things kind of forgot to ask the architect, because most of the buildings we looked at were by the same architect. That was their specialty, whether they were renovated buildings of existing facilities or they were new. They didn't design anything that big. Everything they designed was in that 30 to 50,000 square foot range. But they followed the statement of needs, and then you could take those statement of needs and build a facility with just those statement of needs by themselves. So there was no talk during that process to combine and look at overlap of functions of rooms and things like that. So to me, that wasn't our purview. We would have to send it back and have them do that and give them that directive.
I mean, going back to the $20 million, question, I can tell you why some of our members may be hesitant is that, we're at about $80 million debt today. But some of our members are focused that we need to hit 40 million. We're average, that's the average for a town our size. So that's 4 or 5 years down the road before we get that $40 million number. So that's the challenge that we have, adding another 40, 50 while we're trying to get a debt level of 40 million, 4 or 5 years down the road. It's a big challenge for us.
And I think as we heard tonight in our audience of citizens about the charter review, people were concerned about spending money because we want to make sure we get our roads fixed, our bridges repaired. So that would seriously impact that. And I know it's social media talk, but we're talking a 2-3 mil increase. People were upset a little bit at the 0.38 mil increase. And people also were upset with their vehicle bills which had nothing to do with the town, although they attributed it to the town, that the value of their used vehicles went up. So hence their tax went up a little bit, even with the mill rate cut from the state. So just looking at all that, and I'm thinking of a $50 million, $40 million building, and we're talking, I don't know, $7 on the average $350,000 house that their taxes went up. I don't think too many people would be too happy with what this would bring, and certainly in light of inflation. But again, we've got to look at it all and really nail it down as far as the council and review every little piece of it and figure out what the best way is to go forward. Sal, thank you very much for waiting. Thank you for your efficient Board of Finance meetings. We'll have to take some notes on that. And of course, we made you suffer for that and wait here long with us tonight, but that's okay.
I probably won't come back.
Nice. Appreciate it very much. Yeah. Smartest man in the room. That's it. Okay. So,
Right.
moving on.
Moving on, again,
Thank you.
follow-up items, agenda item number 5. This had to do with the comments you at the last meeting about 2 properties on Chamberlain Highway.
Yes.
And the asphalt millings, and one is a house, one is a nursery, and there were some trucks that were parked there. So rather than trying to explain this, and again, I thank Maureen and Maureen Giusti, our town planner, Jim Hobel, Deputy Director of Public Works, who actually took the time to go there the very next day and talk to the owners. And there's a memorandum that's attached as to what happened at that meeting and a status update. But Maureen is here. Are you going to talk, Maureen? No, is Jim Hobel there online? Can probably give you a brief update of the status and what to expect. Thank you for staying so long, Maureen.
No problem.
You had another
So
meeting
that's
before that.
Conservation Commission.
There's a
So another happy camper being here late. Good.
Busy night.
Not in here. All the other meetings are finishing early.
You get overtime too, Maureen. Everybody gets overtime tonight.
Yes, we got to take lessons from all of them. They're all done.
So I sent the memo. You guys had that. Both of the property owners have been extremely responsive and understanding. The millings being used for the farm roads within Figo Farm, I think is what the Rogans call their farm,
Okay.
is not an issue. Several departments have all looked at that. But and as far as the new property owners for what was Bennerup's Sunny Borders Nursery on Chamberlain Highway, where they were bringing in more of the millings and resurfacing the gravel area. They've stopped that for now, which has put a pause on taking one of the piles from Rogan's property, because that's where the pile was supposed to be going to. We paused them while we're waiting to hear back from the state to make sure that there's no issue with agricultural land having those on them on the surface where there might be plants, because it's more a covering of a parking lot, which is already gravel. Anyway, it has been established as a gravel lot. I don't think there is an issue, and I don't think it requires site plan approval, but we're still looking into that. So they've paused moving those. The Rogans are still working on reducing the pile that they're using on their land, but very cooperative, on both regards. The new owners of Sunny Borders came in immediately the next day after we went out and halted the trucks bringing any millings to their property. And also, again, very cooperative. They had understood that misunderstood that the conservation easement had been moved off before they closed on the property. Their attorney then called me only a couple of days later. I talked to him last week. He's going to be working on getting the conservation easement moved, and understands that that gate has to be unlocked. I did notice driving to work that it's locked a number of times, so I'll be reaching out to them to get that conservation access opened up. In the meantime, I believe they've moved most of the trucks. I haven't gotten any further complaints. When I've driven by, there has been one or two trucks there. They're actively working to find a new location for their trucks. And then we'll be working to see the uses of the property that they can have. They are planning, they presented to me that they're planning to reopen a nursery there, clean up the property. And they've done a lot of cleanup on the lands behind the greenhouses so far. Greenhouses don't look very pretty yet, but hopefully that will get worked on. Again, they've all been very cooperative, so no enforcement orders have gone out because they're working to resolve.
Right. Thanks, Maureen. Thanks for the follow-up. That's great to hear. That too.
And Jim too, he's been on.
Jim, yes, we saw. we
Was
see
the
Jim.
backup.
The backup. Thanks, everybody, for hanging out.
Thank you, Jim.
Take care, folks.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Thanks, Jim. Take care.
Where you going? Where you going?
Just hang with us.
Yeah, come on, stay. See if you can hang with us. Come on.
Get overtime too, Jim.
Yeah.
I'll play a tag team with Mike. He's coming up next.
All right.
There you
All
go.
right. Here we go.
All right, moving along.
Yes.
Agenda item number 6, we had talked about going out to bid for a new labor council. And we completed the process when we have a recommendation. So I thought it'll be a good way for us to introduce our new Human Resources Director, Paula Carabetta.
Yes.
Paula, is probably really surprised. I told her come at 7, you'll be first 6th on the agenda. You'll be done by 7:30. And
Boy, did you pick the wrong meeting.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's for
Snack.
sure. Yeah.
So I'll have Paula.
Maybe a folding chair would
Maybe
be
a
more
3-course dinner.
Yeah.
Wet bar.
Let's do a snack.
She joins us from Madison.
Yeah.
And we're thrilled to have her. And she's been
Very
hit
excited
the
to be here.
ground running here, and fortunately had Denise over a month to some
Oh,
overlap
nice.
and
Great.
over the ropes. And I'll turn it over to you, Paula.
All right,
Well, welcome.
thank you very much. I know,
Yeah.
I'm up for the challenge though. So I don't want to be the reason you're here until midnight, so I'll try to, make this brief. I'll
That
just
ship
give a
has
yeah, a
sailed.
recap.
We won't
If
blame
you
you.
have any questions, please stop me or just ask me. So we received bids from 3 labor council firms, Bertram Moses PC, Ryan and Ryan LLC, and then Haller and Sage LLP. All 3 firms were interviewed by a committee that consisted of the town manager, the town attorney, the finance director, the Human Resources Director for the now Board of Education, and then myself, the Human Resources Director for the town. After completion of the interviews and reference checks, it was a unanimous decision to move forward with Halloran and Sage LLP as the most qualified bidder. Halloran and Sage LLP proved to be a strong legal team, presenting 3 partners from their firm during the RFP process. All of them are going to be part of the Town of Berlin's Labor Council. So we'll have all 3 access. If one is not available, another one will always be available. They did make that a big point, and so did their references. They backed that up, which was huge for us. This team brings a wealth of knowledge in everything from wrongful terminations, discrimination and sexual harassment claims, collective bargaining issues, negotiations, litigations, labor and employment law, unemployment compensation, training, workplace policy, employee handbooks, performance evaluations, FMLA, and more. So we really felt that they brought a well-balanced background between the 3 of them, and they could pretty much tackle any scenario that we may have. All 3 references provided by Halloran and Sage spoke very highly of the legal team and firm, citing their high level of professionalism, accessibility, respected relationships with the unions, which, from my perspective is huge, and their level-headed approach to labor and disciplinary issues. So with that, the interview committee is requesting town council approval of this recommendation.
Thank you. Thank you for that. We're working hard already. You just got here, so it's good.
Blame it on
Appreciate-
Roche.
That's it. It's all Roche's fault. Okay, great. That sounds great. I know we're looking to do this. So comments from the council, questions?
Good.
Good? Everybody good?
But you're exhausted, yeah.
Yes, yeah. They just want out. I think we all kind of want out, but we're still stuck here. That's all right. No, we're not stuck here. We love it. All right, so we'll go ahead and take a motion on this.
Okay, Mr. Mayor, I move to award RFP 2022-34 and authorize the town manager to enter into a contract with Halloran and Sage LLP for Labor Council as the most qualified bidder.
Thank you. Second on that.
I second that.
Any comments or questions? Hearing none, all is in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed?
Thank you.
So moved.
Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome again. Thanks.
Welcome aboard.
Oh,
Welcome.
thank you. And just a special thanks to Jeff to help us.
Yes, just help too. Oh, yes.
RFP together and
Everybody who helped.
interviews and giving us. what-
Appreciate it, Jeff.
So,
Just something else we need you to do, just a couple things every day you got to do for Berlin.
all right, agenda item number 7. Has to do with
got a whole other
architectural
page.
engineering, design and
got a whole other
construction
page.
administration services for Biscaglia Field renovations at Berlin High School. This is the deep grant. Last time we spoke about the scoreboard. And this time we have fun with the Biscaglia Field and Mr. Bode.
I don't want to get yelled at by Kate again.
Welcome back.
No megaphones.
None of us want to get yelled at by Kay. We try to avoid that, but
So we went
sometimes.
out for design services. We had 5 bidders come in. The first bidder was eliminated because he did not meet the qualifications. And the highest bidder was eliminated just because he was higher than everybody else. So the other 3 firms we've interviewed, the second firm, who was the second lowest bidder, we just felt they were not very familiar with the project and what they bid on. They started off quoting how they wanted to drill holes in the track. And we were like, "We're not touching the track. This is for the bowels of the complex to re-turf and put synthetic turf inside Biscaglio." So they were eliminated, which left us down between CHA and Castle Booths. CHA was $150 cheaper than Castle Booths, and we thought that they would do a great job. But with the last 2 projects that we've done with Castle Booths, we did Scalase and we did Stage 1. Both of those projects came in under budget, very little change orders, and also with under budget. So under budget, without change orders, and they just did a great job. So our recommendation through the committee of Jen Ochoa, the director of recreation for the town of Rocky Hill, and myself unanimously was to move forward with Castle Booths.
Great. It's great to see this moving forward.
Well, as someone who's went to school there, played on that dirt field and blew my knee on that field. Maybe I get a plaque made for my knee. I'm glad to see it moving forward. that we can
Earmarks
really-
the spot where
Yeah.
he fell in the
Get
mud
some
and he
more
played.
use out of it for our kids.
Brick.
Yeah, there we go.
Yeah.
You could save on some busing kids across the highway. So let's go.
Yeah, it's good, right? We're good, folks? What do you
Yep.
think?
Yeah.
Questions, comments?
Let her go.
We good? Let her go? All right, let's, thank you,
Yeah, let's-
Steve and everyone for working on it. We'll go ahead and take a motion.
Okay, move to award contract number 2022-35 for design and construction administration services for the Biscoglio Field renovations at Berlin High School to Castle Booze Associates, Inc. of New Britain, Connecticut, in the amount of $70,100, and to authorize the town manager to execute change orders when required in an amount not to exceed $80,615 using our grant from the Connecticut Department of Energy and Environmental Protection.
Thank you. Second on that.
Second.
Any other comments or questions? Hearing none. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? All right, so moved. All right. Number 8.
Yeah, number 8, move to waive the bidding process and end into agreement with Water and Wetland LLC. So this one, we've been having probably conversation for a year or so about our famous paper good pond. And if you drive around the state, you'll see earlier invasive plants coming onto these ponds. But Steve has been working with the state, taking a proactive approach. He's working with the neighbors, come up with a whole plan to address this. So I'll let him just give you a quick update on that.
Awesome. Thank you. And Joe is on. He's the owner of Water and Wetland to speak towards any specific questions that I cannot answer. Arosh is correct. Over the last 3 years or several years, I should say, especially after the fish kill, we've been trying to get a grasp of exactly how to attack the invasive species, especially the water chestnut that has taken over the majority part of the pond. We've gotten phone calls from the neighbors of the smell, how bad it is. What are we going to do? How come we haven't done anything? The other day, Water and Wetland came in and they treated the pond. There was some negative feedback on social media that kind of blew up over the weekend. I talked to Donna and Mark regarding some of the feedback that came in, and we went out early Monday morning as Water and Wetland was treating it, made our way around the neighborhood, putting stakes in everybody's backyards to make them aware. And everybody that we had a conversation with was extremely happy that we were finally doing something. But the part that resonated the most is as we were putting a stake into somebody's backyard, mother duck and 5 of their baby ducks were trying to make it through how invasive this water chestnut is, that they couldn't even make it through it. So I know it's a lot of money to ask. We'll probably be coming back for the next several years for $20,000 to treat the waterways, which include Veterans Park, paper goods, and lower paper goods, which is called the railroad pond. The railroad pond was just dredged 3 years ago, and there was nothing in it. If you start looking towards the area, towards Sherwood, you're going to start to see the Phragmites. Now the water chestnut is just creeping that way. I sent some pictures to Mark and Donna. I sent it to Roche, and hopefully you guys got to see them. But that's what that whole park is going to look like. And, you know, that's not the way it was when I was growing up. And you can go fishing, you can go kayaking, canoeing, you can do whatever you want there. You can't even use 50% of the pond because it's just awful. Joe, did I miss anything?
No, Steve. I mean, you know, the only thing is it's even more than just the recreation, right? It's about the impact on habitat and things like that. I mean, you mentioned the ducks and things like that, but water chestnut, you know, limits oxygen exchange, it limits plant biodiversity. I mean, so it's awful. So basically it reproduces through seeds. So each plant drops dozens of seeds annually. So if you think about, you start with one plant, it drops 2 dozen seeds. The next year you may have 2 dozen plants, multiply that by 2 dozen. And so those seeds are viable for 10 to 15 years or more actually. So, you know, they can stay dormant in the sediment bed for many years. And so they germinate. And so the whole goal of the program is to just basically control the water chestnut prior to it dropping seeds in mid-August. That way we can deplete that seed bed over time and get it down to a level where we can just simply maybe send out some volunteers and hand pull the chestnut and remove it. So
I have a couple questions if I can. Can you hear me? Is this thing working? Oh,
Yep,
he
I
has
can
to
hear
turn
you.
on me? Oh, okay, sorry. I guess I have to do that. So there's going to be a second application, correct?
correct.
Okay. And, you know, there was some concern with some of my constituents, if you will, that this was not a environmentally friendly, safe application, that it was harmful and hazardous to humans and animals. So I'm assuming, and I trust Woody 150%, that this is something that is approved by DEEP. It's safe. We don't need to be concerned.
Correct. Yeah, absolutely correct on all fronts. So unfortunately, the internet, not everything on there is true, right? And so people, put whatever they want on there, and a lot of false information gets spread, and it's unfortunate. But yeah, everything is approved. We have a permit through Connecticut Deep. The product we're using is called the Mazamox. You could actually use it in a drinking water reservoir up to a certain concentration. I mean, that's how safe it is. Technically, on the product label, there really is no fishing, swimming, or boating restriction. The only restriction is really just a 1-day irrigation restriction. So, we just want to keep people out of the way while we're treating, just because we, heaven forbid, have to dodge kids or things like that. But absolutely safe. It's actually improving the habitat for fish and wildlife. One other point is, so the exact treatment we're doing at Paper Goods and Railroad, we have a treatment tomorrow. It's identical, and it's conducted under contract with U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service. So they're implementing that same exact treatment, same target, same product for the improvement of habitat for fish and wildlife.
Okay. And the other point that I would like to make, and I know that there is signage throughout the park now, but I really would like to see something prior to the application. A few days notice, several days notice. I know he went to the neighbors, put flyers, advised people where their properties butt up against the pond that this was being done. And I know that it was put out on social media, but not everybody's on social media, okay? I know it was on the town website. Not everybody's looking at the town website every day. So I am adamant, and I said this last time we did the pond where we had the dead fish, and I know that wasn't you, that was somebody else, but there needs to be signage. And I did go by on my way home this evening, and there was several 8x11 pieces of paper posted. I'm hoping that we stay on top of that and we put that out there before the application's being made, so that people can plan. If they don't want to be there, they don't be there, okay? They go a week after the application, whatever.
Joe, can I speak to that? So Joe and I talked about this afterwards,
Okay.
and I'll put the blame on myself. And what we will do moving forward is Joe's going to send it to me 7 or 8 days ahead of time.
Perfect.
I will put the leaflets, the same flyer that we will post on the front of Paper Goods. Joe will also post in the Berlin Citizen, and then anybody's residence that abuts the property that actually touches the pond, I will hand deliver the leaflet into their mailbox or into their door, so everybody is aware at least 7 days prior to the application.
Awesome. Because there
Yeah,
was a
so
lot of.
I do just have one comment on that. I don't know if I fully agree with Steve on 7 days. The only kind of challenge, and I agree with posting ahead of time rather than day of, the only challenge there is it's highly weather dependent. So, weather's
Does it
obviously
have to be
spotty.
dry in order for you to do that application?
Yeah, so we need a day without precipitation or high winds. So, water chestnut treatment specifically is just one of those where I'm constantly monitoring weather and moving around the schedule to try and accommodate. So I think what I'll do is I'll work with Steve to try and get posters up a couple of days in advance once we have a really good grasp on weather. And then he did mention the Berlin Citizen. So I've already placed, even prior to this first treatment, an ad in the Berlin Citizen. If anyone reads that, I don't know with
I
newspapers
do.
anymore, but yeah,
Some do,
so
some
there
don't.
was an ad that was
Between
posted.
the advertising.
your target audience for reading.
No,
Yeah,
that's
so
fair.
there was an ad that was posted that kind of had rough treatment dates that said we're targeting these dates. And for further information or any sort of questions to contact us, and it had our phone number and email address. So that way, if anybody did read it and had any concerns, they could reach out to us if that article grabbed their attention.
Joe, what about the application process? Oh, I'm sorry.
Let me just, one major point we need to get straight, hopefully, from, again, rumors and different thing online, the dead fish. So I think it was 2 years ago, remember, the fish died, and we talked about it, but if either one of you could just straighten that out for the public that can listen to this meeting later. The fish are not dying from the application of this product, correct?
Correct. Yeah. I mean, so that was, and again, it wasn't our company, so I don't know the ins and outs of that treatment.
Gotcha.
You know, but I can kind of speak to what I know. And so I believe it was reported to Deep, and Steve, correct me if I'm wrong on any of this, but it was reported to Deep. Deep investigated that, you know, the fish die off, and determined it wasn't caused by the treatment. So Connecticut Deep was well aware and investigated that and said that. So their comment basically was for that applicator at the time to check dissolved oxygen prior to. And so that's kind of one of the challenges we deal with, especially with Paper Goods Pond. And I mentioned oxygen depletion from water chestnut. And so that's what it does, right? It limits sunlight penetration and oxygen exchange. So you can be left with low dissolved oxygen. So fish need oxygen just like you and I. So the oxygen is definitely low. We checked it, what was it, yesterday, the day we treated prior to treatment, and the oxygen was still low. So we conducted a very, very cautious treatment. So we only treated a portion of the water chestnut. So the product obviously is not toxic to fish or wildlife, but if you already have low dissolved oxygen and you kill off too much vegetation at once, it could cause the oxygen to drop just a little bit more to the point where a fish gets stressed. And so we're very cognizant of that. We know that there's an oxygen problem because of the water chestnut at Paper Goods Pond. So we're taking it very seriously and treating very cautiously because of that. We did recommend an aeration system to try and get the oxygen up within those ponds. I think it's desperately needed in Paper Goods Pond especially, but you know, of course, everything comes down to budgets and things like that. So no aeration in there yet, but it's definitely still something that's highly recommended, because I can without a doubt say that fish kill was related to low dissolved oxygen in the pond, not any sort of toxicity, because we're treating in, you know, parts per billion concentration. So essentially a part per billion is an ink dropper, one single drop in the largest water tanker you can find. So those are the types of concentrations, you know, we're using. So you're talking about like a half a gallon of product per surface acre of water. So a product diluted by millions and millions of gallons of water.
Thank you for that.
Joe, I was just going to ask, what is it about the application of the treatment that makes it difficult or impossible, I guess, to apply on days of high precipitation or high wind?
Yep. So there's certain products that are injected subsurface, right? For weeds that are rooted to the bottom that are submerged. So milfoil, fanwort, things like that, hydrilla, some of those common submerged invasives we see in Connecticut. So water chestnut is a floating weed. So essentially you have to wait till it's surfaced. So you're talking about a window of kind of mid to late June through July and up until the seeds drop in mid-August. But it's a floating weed, kind of, you know, most people know water lilies or lily pads. So it has the leaf on the surface. So this specific application, we're spraying the leaves on the surface. So the herbicide is paired with a surfactant, or a sticker, as some people would call it. So essentially it allows the herbicide to stick to the leaves, and it just needs to dry on those leaves for a few hours. The label says 4 hours or so. So it's not like we need 24 hours of no rain, but we definitely need like 4 hours following the application just for that herbicide to dry on the leaves. And then what happens is it translocates down into the roots of the plant, kills the plant. And then with winds, obviously we're really only targeting water chestnut. So with winds, we just, you know, we're spraying at a low volume spray, of course, but we're trying to minimize any impacts to non-target plants, right? So if there were, say, a patch of native water lilies that we want to keep, we don't want to overspray and take out those lilies. You know, we're targeting just the water chestnut. So we want to be as specific as we possibly can. And so we really want to minimize any sort of spray drift of the herbicide to minimize any non-target impacts. Because again, the goal of the program is not to eliminate vegetation by any means, it's really to control these horrible invasives. So we want to try and be as selective as we possibly can.
Great. Well, no, thank you so much, Woody, Joe, because we just had so much misinformation out there on social media, which is not a surprise in any topic we may be talking about, but I'm glad we were able to set the record straight. And hopefully those folks, a couple folks emailed me and I told them, you know, they couldn't make it to the meeting to catch the meeting on, you know, on online
Quick question.
after. Yeah.
How many years do you think it's going to take to clean out these areas?
Forever.
Forever? We're going to do this forever?
Well, you know, short answer is kind of going back to the seed viability, right? So those seeds are viable for 12 to 15 years. So they can germinate really at any point. However, a couple of years, we expect to see reduction. So essentially what you'll see following the treatments is the water chestnut will start to brown out, die off, and fall from the water column. Right, but the real benefit there is not even the killing of the water chestnut, it's the fact that those seeds aren't viable. So we've then depleted that year's seed bed without adding a new year of seed bed. So the challenge is really, you know, the answer to that question is it really depends on how long the water chestnut has been established, you know, density, so on and so forth. But typically you're managing water chestnut at some level for roughly a decade. Now, ideally in the final years of that program, it would be, you know, Steve may be able to coordinate with the local Cub Scouts, you know, send a couple kids out in a kayak to just hand pull and remove, you know, a couple hundred plants. I mean, that's really the level we want to get it down to, but it's definitely going to take several years to get it to hand pullable levels because it's gotten so bad. You know, had we caught it when there was a couple dozen plants or even 100 plants, probably could have been hand pulled at that point. But at the infestation it's at in both paper goods and railroad at this point, it's going to take a couple of years at least to get it down to, you know, to manageable levels and probably more than that to get it down to hand pullable levels.
Right, and we already have a group that has reached out to us that once we get it under control, they'll come in as an organization, so it does not go into the Mattabesset River and go out to the Connecticut River. They try to minimize the spread of it, and they'll bring in kayaks. And they came in the first time to go out there and start hand pulling it, and they just called us and we're like, there's just no way.
Is it indigenous to this area? I mean,
No.
was it introduced? It was introduced.
Yeah, so it's an Asian species that was introduced to the US. It's not supposed to be here. It outcompetes all your beneficial natives. You know, it's just a horrible, horrible species.
Thank you for grabbing that bull by the.
Good.
Appreciate that info. We've learned
Thank you.
a lot tonight, more than we ever knew about water chestnuts, perhaps more than we need to know.
The muscles of Berlin.
But we're glad to hear it. So, and we hope the public can review the meeting here and get what they need, their answers. So thank you.
Thank you.
Again, thank you, Joe.
Thank you, Joe.
Thank you.
Yes.
It is start on water chestnut. I mean, there's something called milfoil and coontail. We could go on for another hour.
Oh, sure. Let's just do it.
Do we have a town botanist?
Let's just go. I think we should try and strive for midnight tonight and get out of here by midnight.
Thank you so much, Joe. I really appreciate
Lasted into
it.
tomorrow.
Thank you,
Joe. 101.
Thank
Yeah,
you.
you're welcome.
Thanks, Joe. Thanks, Woody.
So we need a motion.
And we do have a vote to take here, correct?
Motion.
Somewhere.
Motion.
Hopefully, without any other questions, we can take a motion.
Okay.
What do you know, you can't. We'll take a motion on
Okay,
that.
Mr. Mayor, I move to waive the town's bidding procedure for Water and Wetland LLC in the amount of $20,000 for permitting, treatment, and aeration of invasive species at several waterways throughout the town, as this is in the best interest of the town.
Thank you. Second on that.
I second it.
Hearing no other questions? All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? All right, so moved.
Right, thank you very
Thank you.
much.
Have a great night.
Thank you, Woody.
Thank you,
Thank you
Steve.
so much.
You better run.
Yeah, no, you better run while you can. Get out.
Yeah.
Get out while you can.
Woody, back to the podium.
We keep pulling you back in.
All right.
Sorry to bother you on Sunday, too.
Item number 9 is a order for routine repairs, emergency repairs, and minor construction of water and sanitary system. The contract.
Ray, I know you will be brief and succinct to the
Better be
point. I just
trying
know
very
that.
well, very
Yes,
brief.
yes.
I don't have
Show
a
and tell.
complaint, by the way, so I'll start with that.
Oh,
But basically, annually, we would go out to a contractor or contractors, to do a water sewer treatment. Last time we had it, we had 3 contractors, 2 of them are repeat this time. We're going to a 2.5-year period, so we're going to a calendar year. I don't particularly like to have anything changed in the summer months because we have typically more problems. So these will be changing now at the calendar year till 2023, in the 2024, I'm sorry. And the 2 bidders were Butler, who does a fine job, in Earth Contractors. And we always go to the lowest bidder first. And if they're busy or if they can't do it for some reason or other, we go to the second contractor.
Okay. Questions for Ray? Hearing none. Go ahead and take a motion.
Okay, I move to award contract number 2022-37, routine repairs, emergency repairs, and minor construction of the water and sanitary sewer system to the lowest bidders, Butler Construction at $163,360, and Earth Contractors at $173,650 and authorize the town manager to enter into agreements with the above parties.
You second on that?
Second.
If there's no other comments or questions, all those in favor?
Aye.
Any, so moved. All right, so, sorry.
Thank you and good night.
Thanks, Ray.
Speak about reservoir treatments, I can get it.
I will pay you. now.
Perhaps another time, yes.
I know you can.
Thanks, Ray.
We could crank up the air conditioning here a little bit. It's getting hot in here. Is it
Take
just
my
me? Am I
jacket
having
off.
hot flashes?
No one here.
Okay. Let's finish it up first then. Agenda Item number 10, Mr. Hearn is here. This is a sidewalk contract for concrete sidewalks. And Mike, I'll turn it to you.
Mr. Mike.
Okay, I'm trying to be quicker than Ray. This
Yeah, you're
is
probably
our,
taking a nap till we got here. You're rested. Yeah, all right, go
No, it was a very interesting meeting. I learned a lot.
ahead. Yeah, yes.
So this is similar to Ray. This is our contract for concrete sidewalk replacement and repair in town. Unfortunately, we only had one bidder. Fortunately, they won the two last contracts and they've been doing work since I've gotten here the last 3.5 years. So they do a fine job. It's William Layden Construction of North Haven, Connecticut. I also, just to check, I went back to take a look at some of the previous unit rates and they are pretty reasonable and they're very competitive as well. And they just actually did work for us on Berlin Street before we paved that with some ramps and some sidewalks replacement. So we're recommending that we proceed with them. And this will take us through December of next year. So we have an 18-month contract period. And any department in town, facilities, Doug and the Board of Ed can also use this contract.
Thank you, Mike.
Sure.
Any questions for Mike?
Just unrelated, what's going on with Christian Lane? Is that gonna happen this year?
Yes, we just got DOT today. We just sent them back comments and I think they're about to release approval and then what they call the POW, which is the project authorization letter, which actually says they're going to give us the funds. We still have 2 little steps to go. However, Charlie, we're going to have to probably have a winter shutdown period. So because we're so late in the season and you know what I'm talking about. Plus we have to come back to you for the contract award. So we're talking about another 4 or 5 weeks of just getting the paperwork signed up. We got to go out to bid too. So it's pushing us into late summer. But yes, Kristen, Deming and Porter's Pass, we're almost at the bidding stage, approved by, the state and the Council of Governments.
Thank you.
Sure.
Thanks.
Sorry.
Any other questions? If not, we'll go ahead and take a motion.
Okay, I move to award contract number 2022-36 miscellaneous concrete sidewalks to William Layden Construction of North Haven, Connecticut, to allow for concrete sidewalk construction throughout the town by various departments, including the Board of Ed, through established unit prices. Funding will come from the established line item accounts within the fiscal year 2022-2023 and 2023-2024 departmental budgets. Contract will involve work to be formed throughout December or through December 31st, 2023.
Thank you. Second on that?
Second.
If there's no other comments or questions, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? All right, so moved.
So thank you, Mike.
Thanks, Mike.
Thank you.
Right. Are you done? You're not done.
It's warm because
Why?
at a certain time. they
It turns off?
automatically.
Oh, yeah.
Ah,
One's
yes.
supposed to be in the
They're trying
building.
to sweat us out.
Yeah, really? What the heck?
We don't keep it running all night.
Well, let's keep it
course.
moving. Forbid.
Well, on council nights in the summer, maybe we'll have to change that schedule a little
No
bit.
rain yet.
10 o'clock is a reasonable.
Where's
time
the
to
override?
shut it off.
Where's the?
Yeah,
override?
you hit the,
I hit
We've
the
been here
override.
past 10
Right,
before
okay.
though.
Let's go.
And now on
It's
to
humid
number
outside. This is
10.
supposed to be really.
5-10 minutes, we're out of here. Yeah.
Item number 11.
11.
This is a request for you to approve for us to apply for a possible TOD grant opportunity. And
Oh,
I
good.
have Mr. Mahoney give you a recap and get your reaction to it.
Might be the fastest recap you ever give, Jim. Go ahead.
No, don't rush this.
Don't-
Don't stuff.
So we brainstormed the potential ideas when we looked at the RFP. And we were interested in the facade grant, but it was not eligible. It's got to be town-owned facilities. It has to be within a half a mile of the train station. and the lead school just makes it. One of the categories is stabilization and improvement of historic buildings. We brainstormed it amongst town staff. Doug was involved, and we identified, this opportunity, but it's a quick turnaround. We need a grant application by September 1st. We need to prepare some reasonable plans and specifications and cost estimates. And so the strategy is to select an architect from our on-call list. If we can find somebody on the list that can turn it around quickly enough. We're thinking, again, we're asking for $7,500 tonight. That's not gonna get us all the way there, but hopefully by next meeting, we'll have that architect on board. We'll have a better idea of where we're going, and we'll ask, for additional money, but we'll also have some ideas of exactly how far we might be able to go with the project. So I don't know if Doug has anything else to add.
Doug? Mad?
Maybe he's on mute.
Okay, oh, okay.
Good evening, everyone. How are you?
Hey, Doug.
How are you?
Good. Yeah, no, just to coincide with what Jim had mentioned, we feel we can pull somebody from the short list to help us out, give us some conceptual cost estimates, little preliminary design, and see where we can go from there with this opportunity with the state.
All right, so it's great. You guys put your heads together and came up with some opportunity here, hopefully, to get this grant. So
Yeah, and
thanks for
this
the work.
was Quick turnaround. We just
Yeah.
got notice just a few weeks ago.
Really, huh?
Jim and Doug and others, put their heads together and try to do something that, can get some free money.
Yeah,
Oh,
That would be nice.
absolutely.
For the
Something
building
that-
down the end of
building.
the street, right?
Yeah.
yeah, on the corner there, that'd be great. to
Building that.
Save that.
Have any
I'm
facilities
just
in it?
reading now that I guess the Kensington Garden Club still uses it
Yeah.
every now and then
Yeah.
for some of their activities. So
Right.
that'd be really
You do.
great.
There's no heat, there's no
No
plumbing.
heat.
It's an
sewer.
old
I've
building.
been in there a few times. It's
Get
in
it
rough
renovated
shape.
and
We
it
used
could
to
be
have
the town
Santa
manager's
Claus in there,
house.
don't you?
Yeah,
remember
that's right. Santa
Claus?
Claus was there, yes.
Yeah.
It's too cold for him now. He
Do you
won't
have
go.
any idea what we'd like to use the building for? I mean, have we thought about that, or haven't
What are
gotten
we using the building for?
what we're gonna use the building for if we get to that point?
Well,
Well,
we have some ideas, but let's
Okay,
discuss it, because I say this and it goes like wild.
Oh, yeah.
okay.
Yeah, good idea.
Yes, we'll come back and talk about it.
Perhaps reach out to maybe the culture and tourism people have some
Mm.
funding too. Do you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, all right.
All right.
All right, so without any other questions, we'll go ahead and take a motion.
Sure, I move to authorize the town manager to apply for a 2022 transit-oriented development grant for the renovation of the former Ledge School grant program, and to retain an architect from the town's on-call bid list to prepare a feasibility study for a cost not to exceed $7,500 to be paid from the townwide professional services account.
Thank you. Second on that?
Okay.
Thank you very much. Any other questions? If not, all those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? So moved.
Thank you.
Thank you, Jim and Doug, and, we
work on
look
this.
forward to some more information.
Great. Thank you.
Thank you. Have a good night.
Good night.
Good night.
We save the best for last, Mr. Simons.
Well,
Then item number 12 is the way the town's purchasing requirements to purchase 5 barrels, not 5 gallons.
Yeah, I know. 5
Uh,
gallons.
Yes, that's what the
I know. I remember.
diesel engine oil.
Yes, indeed.
Um, Jim, thanks for staying with us. I'll turn it over to you.
Okay, so,
Hey, Jim.
how you doing? How is everybody?
Past your bedtime?
Amazing.
You get up early, I know.
You left.
Uh-oh.
I think you
Left
hit,
the
I
party.
think
You hit mute.
mute maybe.
Hit mute.
I mute? No, I'm on.
Ah, you're
I'm
go-
on.
Now you're on.
You're fine.
You're on.
So I had some word come down that we're gonna be having shortage of oils, diesel exhaust fluids and other products. So I was talking to the administration about probably trying to get some of this stuff on order early.
Oh, good.
And unfortunately, some of the oils came in before the July 1 new budget, in which I did have money for, but that put me over the $10,000 for this year. So I'm just looking for a waiver because I'm over that $10,000. This oil will be used in the next fiscal year, or the current fiscal year now.
All right. Yeah, okay, thanks. Appreciate that. Questions for Jim? If not, we'll
Well, you can.
take a motion.
Okay, move to waive the town's purchasing requirements for the purchase of 5 barrels, 275 gallons of diesel engine oil from Lubrication Engineering for an amount of $7,821.93.
Take a second on that.
Second.
There's no other comments or questions. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? All right, so moved.
Great, thank you. Agenda item number 13, the last one.
The
The purchase of auto parts and supplies from various vendors. Some using consortium contracts for fiscal year 22-23. What do you, Jim?
Hopefully this is the last time we have to do that because the charge is gonna go through and we're gonna raise that bidding them. But this is what
So,
we need to do our business or our job for the next year, or this current fiscal year. This is just auto parts moving out through the different vendors. Unfortunately or fortunately, the price of parts have gone up, which means that what we used to do 4 or 5 years ago now costs us a lot more, and we're all over that $10,000 mark again.
okay. You're finding parts hard to get to or no? Not too bad?
We have, excuse me. We have
Got alarms going.
a lot down there that's full of cars waiting for parts.
Really? Oh, boy. Okay. All right. So what do we got? So we got a bunch of different motions here, huh?
Yep.
Okay, let's move along with the
Okay,
first one here. What do we got?
I move to approve.
Oh, man.
I move to approve the purchase of auto parts and supplies using the Sourcewell contract 032521 GPC from Napa Auto Parts for an amount not to exceed $30,000.
Thank you. Second on that?
Second.
There's no other questions? Oh, all those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? All right, so moved.
Next one, I move to approve the purchase of auto parts and supplies using the U.S. Communities contract from Advanced Auto for an amount not to exceed $15,000.
Second.
Thank you. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? So moved.
3, I move to waive the town's bidding procedures and approve the purchase of auto parts and supplies from Fleet Pride for an amount not to exceed $15,000, since this is in the best interest of the town.
Second.
Thank you. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? So moved.
Okay, next one, I move to approve purchase of auto parts and supplies using the State of Connecticut DAS contract 19PSX0189 from Tasca Ford for an amount not to exceed $25,000.
Second.
Thank you. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? All right, so moved.
Okay, I move to waive the town's bidding procedures and approve the purchase of auto parts and supplies from Monaco Ford for an amount not to exceed $25,000, since this is in the best interest of the town.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? So moved.
Okay. One more, I move to waive the town's bidding procedures and approve the purchase of auto parts and supplies from Rock Auto for an amount not to exceed $10,000, since this is in the best interest of the town.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? All right, so moved.
Last one, in this agenda item, I move to waive the town's bidding procedures and approve the purchase of auto parts and supplies from Municipal Truck Parts for an amount not to exceed $15,000, as this is in the best interest of the town.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? All right, so moved. Thank you, Jim.
Thanks, Jim.
Good night, Jim.
Thanks, Jim. All right, go forth and fix vehicles.
Got it, Roche.
Okay, Roche, boy, this is going to be quite the report.
Here
I
we
know you
go.
said you got a lot to talk about, right?
Here's a rundown.
I mean,
Yeah.
I always get gypped at the end of
You get gypped.
I do want to just,
Because you're so efficient with it. We know you get through it fast at the end.
a couple of things.
No, important stuff.
So at the next meeting, I will bring you a formal agenda item for this. It's a request that I received from the American Legion. They have requested the town's assistance to raid some soil, the property next to the Legion, it's sending all the water into them. And
yeah, you said
there
that.
is reach out to Public Works, and we can help them out with that. it's not gonna cost the town any money, except for the town labor and equipment. I've asked, Mike gave me an estimate, like 2 highway department staff, 2 days of, maximum backhoe and timing. But we are already paying them around, maybe like $2,300, right?
Oh, yeah.
It's not additional cost, it's fixed cost anyway. So I'll do an agenda item, bring it to you. I think it's the right thing to do. To
Absolutely.
help
Sure.
out to the
Oh, yeah.
Legion. So I'll respond to the Legion and say, once you approve it, that will take care of it. All right? Second one, I have only 3 items. Second one is we've been talking about Street Scan, and that's the company that we hired to drive around all the Berlin roads and digitize and map it and say do a condition analysis. If you see a vehicle with Massachusetts plates with all the antennas and grids and lights and like one from outer space going around,
Don't
what it is.
don't interfere. Don't call the police. Don't do anything.
Right? And if we have reached out to Public Works, residents and others to inform them, as people might not even notice. And the third and the final one, drum roll, all of you should have something like that.
Yes, saw that.
So 4th of July weekend, we rolled out Civic Ready. It's on our website. I want all of you to go on the website.
Okay.
Once you go there, there'll be
Is that what we do? Okay.
find there, all, town notification, all. There's alerts, right? Down alerts, yeah. Click on that, and it'll take you to, another page that you can put your telephone and email, how you want to be notified, and click on things that you want. And
Oh,
so
cool.
we will have, regular emergency notifications with updates. You can even pick whether you want national, like tornado warnings and all this other stuff coming to you, and it's based on your geolocation. So you put your zip code for that. And then also other categories like for public works, and there's another one for community, which is anything related with senior center. You'll see the description, senior center, community
So
center.
we could check on the whole,
You can check on the whole thing.
everything.
You want, and then town news. So I was just thinking with this thing with paper goods, if people had all signed up for this, we could just map the geolocation around the paper good funds,
Could give them
send,
notice.
and everybody gets it, right?
Oh, yeah, okay.
So there was a paragraph in the Berlin Citizen. I don't quite like it. So I'm going to insert flyers.
Oh,
like
good.
3 or 4 weeks in a row.
Good.
And stacks of these are there in the senior center, in the library, in the community center, town clerk's office, my office, public works, revenue collector, anyone who comes in with a stack out here, we give it to people so that people could go home and sign up.
That's excellent.
And seniors, of course, we are having some sessions to sort of walk them through this. So what I would encourage you to do is to put your personal email and your personal phone number.
Okay.
Because you're doing it as a resident, because at some point, 50 years from now, when you're no longer a council member, you want to get the notification.
How long? How long?
I'm being generous here.
Yeah, about an hour. No,
Personal
for
phone
most
number,
of us,
we
we've had enough.
You
right
in
now.
for it? You in for it? Just making sure
Yeah.
you're good.
Yeah, yeah. Is there something we don't know, Peter?
All right.
Yes, that's great. Thanks for working on that, and
Yeah,
hopefully we
it's,
can get it.
it's not done until I get hundreds or even thousands of people. to
Sure.
sign up. So it's a continuous thing.
It's a
Every
start,
time
though.
Somebody checks out the book, we'll give it to them.
Yeah.
And every time somebody says, well, I didn't know, you didn't tell me, go sign up.
Yeah, no, that's great. Well, no, that's good though. That's because we just can't get the,
Let me know how it works.
hard to get the notice out.
And in the interest of time,
Is that it?
I yield.
So,
I yield the floor.
I know.
People who don't have smartphones.
Yes. What are they?
can
Home
get
phone?
On the landline too.
Okay, that's right. I think you had said that, but
If somebody says, well, I have a
right.
landline.
It goes there too.
They can call either if they're senior, the senior center, or call my office. We'll sign them up because they have to do it on the computer. But we can get them to do that. And I'm sure the library would help with
So they'll call, if you have a landline, they'll just call you if there's an alert.
Okay.
It's voice, text, email,
Yeah.
and you can, there are multiple hundreds of languages. you can pick.
Wow,
Plug
okay.
in.
Yeah, all right.
You might want to pick Italian.
Yeah, Jeff and I are gonna take.
Jeff wants to be.
Nah.
We all do. So just one real quick question, the Berlin Fair, the fence, getting all the,
It's on them. They need to submit something to P and Z.
who? The fair?
You're talking about the tree line removal?
Yeah. Do they know that?
No, might call them. I
All right.
send emails.
Are they working on that, I hope?
I would hope so.
Yeah, all right.
I'll try again.
I'm gonna remind, well, I don't want, I know what, I know what will, I'm not saying it's our fault, but I know what will happen. It'll be August and someone will call me and say, well, how come you didn't do that yet? You know, that's what will happen. How come the town didn't do it? They didn't.
Mike's
So-
dealing with that.
Okay.
But they gotta meet us halfway,
No, I agree 100%. I just,
even 10% of the way.
yes. So maybe he can remind them again?
We
Jen-
reminded
Jen-
them last week too.
Oh, okay, okay. All right, gently remind them. All right, I may remind them myself. Okay,
New week.
got it. Thank you very much. What are we at? Special committee reports? I don't think there's anything.
Charlie
Council communications, anything? No, nothing? Oh, come on. No, I'm just kidding. Acceptance of minutes? Motion on
Okay,
June 21st?
motion to accept the meeting minutes from June 21st, 2022.
Second on that? Any other comments or questions? Hearing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. And what else is next? Oh, motion to adjourn. I see that.
So moved.
We all set? Yeah, aye. Everybody, yes?
Aye.
Second, motion second.
Aye.
Okay, we're all set. We are adjourned. Thank you all very much. Sorry for it. We're so sorry, Kate. We're so sorry that you guys had to stay. Yes. I don't know. We gotta figure that out. Yeah. Yeah, we gotta figure what to do. I mean, I told them, you know, Artie's name is on, Art's name is on, yeah.
You're gonna talk about this.
Yes. Yeah.